So thank you very much to be with us. It's a great pleasure for the second day of our International Online Week. Yesterday, personally, I have enjoyed a lot. I don't know. I don't know about your comments. In order to review and summarize what we have done for the people that they did not follow the yesterday's session, we had five. I would say very good presentations regarding the soft skills, and the last one was about flipped classrooms, a flipped classroom approach from Denmark and Aalborg University. Today, the session is devoted in online teaching and online learning. I'm pretty sure that we have very good speakers. At least the topics are very interesting. Since I know the majority of the people, I'm very confident on this. The program, if I will check the program from the site, we will start with a contribution from Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel. Then we will continue with a contribution from Portugal and regarding online teaching principles. We will move with a contribution from Technical University of Sofia in Bulgaria about innovation in teaching and assessment of electronic engineering courses. And then after the lunch break at 1:15 local time, which means 12:15 CET, we will continue with two more lectures, a contribution from France and Michael Bosco regarding new technologies at the service of education. And then we will finalize with another contribution from Technion, from Israel, and Daniel Lewin regarding looking at the next day of teaching sciences. So I hope that you will enjoy. Let me, because at the same time that I'm speaking, I should admit people. So we will start. It's a great pleasure for us with Ms. Yael Feldman-Mangor, who is a PhD student in Weizmann Institute in Weizmann in Israel, in Weizmann Institute of Science. She's a PhD candidate with Ron Blonder, Professor Ron Blonder. And she's going to present something about massive open online courses, MOOCs, and beyond online courses. So the title is MOOCs and Beyond, Online Courses for Professional Development. Yael, it's a great pleasure to have it with you. And also I would like to thank Professor Ron Blonder and Weizmann in general for the support of our actions. It's very important for us to have such a big player along us. So, Yael, the floor is yours. I will let you to share the screen. Now you can share the screen. And thank you very much to be with us. Thank you.
So thank you. So my name is Yael. And first of all, I want to thank Kostas for inviting me to present here in your conference. And I will now share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just go to the full mode. Kostas, can you see the chat? I'm not sure if I can see the chat now, because I want to try to ask questions during the presentation. Okay, so I will start now. So I'm going to speak with you about MOOCs and Beyond, online courses for professional development. And the work I will present today, it's work I done under the supervision of my advisors, Professor Ron Blonder and Dr. Inbal Tubi-Arad. And since we are on Zoom, so I will just present the team, and then we can start. So here, now I think that I can see the chat, so I will try to involve you a little bit. So today's lecture plan is, first of all, to give an online learning overview, and then I will focus on two examples. One about MOOCs, massive open online courses that open to the public, and the second is about specific course, online course for professional development that I studied in my research. So before we start, I guess that most of you, or even all of you, already experienced in online teaching or online learning. Can you write what online learning is for you via chat? So I will just see what you think about online learning. Anyone? I didn't see any chat. If not, we will, okay, flexible. So I can see one answer that it's online learning is flexible way to learn from distance, and this is true. And now we can think about more reasons. So if we speak about online learning before the Corona pandemic, it was exist for many years, and we have already researched that have findings about what's good in online learning and what are not good, for disadvantages and advantages. So advantages, of course, is the flexibility, because the learner can learn from any place in the world, sometimes in any time, depending on the pedagogy of the course. We have visualization, and especially on science, it's good because we can demonstrate and use simulation, and it's something that can be an advantage. As teachers or lecturers, we have access to data, and I will elaborate it on the second part of this presentation. But we have also disadvantages. And one of the main disadvantages of online learning is high dropout rate. If we will take a course that we can give online or face-to-face, research shown that in online learning, we will have a higher dropout rate, and we will also elaborate about that. Another things that we even can feel now is that we have a low direct interaction. It's not like a face-to-face interaction, it's different. Of course, we have more disadvantages and advantages, but this is just a few of what we already knew before the Corona pandemic. And then the Corona pandemic make us think about more advantages and disadvantages. And I can see in the chat that you already gave a few more ideas. So the Corona actually make us think, like rethinking about our research, our teaching pedagogy. So why this is a good thing? Because maybe we have our class and notes for many years and we didn't do any changes. And this is like make us forced us to think, and if we need to do any change in our class or in our presentation. So this is something that we could consider something good. But what we have now with the Corona pandemic is more emotional needs, also for teachers and lecturers, but also for students, for learners. And it's really hard to manage it from remote. And the conditions to learn are not always optimal. There are learners that like to learn from the university, from the library. They don't always have the convenient conditions at home, even if it's Wi-Fi or a nice place to learn, like a room specific for learner. But it's not just that, but if we are teaching science, so to do a lab experiments, it's not always, we don't have the optimal conditions when the learning is online, and we need to think about solutions. So those are just a few disadvantages and advantages for online learning, and I guess that everyone can think about more, and we have more on research. Research also shown that there are factors that can impact on online learning. So for example, if we look at the learner, a learner with a self-regulated learner can success in an online learning environment. And when I speak about self-regulated learner, I mean to learner that know how to organize his learning environment. You know how to organize his time. You know how to do the task, how to think about when to do each test or what to do first. He can learn independently and usually have a lot of experience in learning from school, from the university. Another thing is the self-efficacy, how much the learner will believe that he can do the online learning process and the online learning test. But it's not just the learner. We also have the course design. And of course, the course design and online principles, it's something that you will speak about later today, but just one example. So we have the learner lecture interactions, and I just mentioned it before, but when we design a course, we need to think about the way of how we interact and involve or engage the student. So for example, in one of the courses that I studied in my research, we see that the forum was very low. Not many students participate in the forums. But then when we did some interviews and I asked the student, how did you interact with your lecture with other students? So they basically told me that they didn't use the forum, they use a WhatsApp group because this is what more better for them in a cultural way, and it was convenient for them. So when we design a course, we also need to think about the way that will be fit to the specific students in a specific place to interact with each other and with the lecture. So this was one example for the course design considerations. And now we will go to a specific example. So as I mentioned before, the first example that I want to share with you is about MOOC. MOOC stands for Massive Open Online Course, and it's basically a course that's open to the public, usually given by a specific university on a MOOC platform, and anyone on the world can register to the course, sometimes for free, sometimes on fee, and learn the course and even get a certificate if he completed the course. Does any of you ever participate in a MOOC course? Please feel free to answer via chat. And does any of you ever complete a MOOC course? And does any of you teach a MOOC course? Okay, so these are three questions that even if you didn't answer via chat, I want that you will have in your minds when we are going through the next slides. And we actually conducted a targeted search of scientific papers that published between 2008 to 2020 to see all the reviews and all the research about MOOCs. And then if we looked at the papers, we can start from 2008. Of course, that online courses was here even before 2008. But in 2008, the term MOOC started for this online or given to this kind of courses. And it was a big promise at the beginning. 2012 defined by the New York Times as the year of the MOOC. Administrators, some of the universities, lecturers, of course, it was a debate about that, but people thought that it's going to change the academy and give the opportunity for students from low socioeconomic background and from a place that do not have quality education to learn and the possibility to basically create kind of a democratization of the knowledge. And it was the big promise. But then after we started, after research on this topic started to publish, we basically saw that the situation is different. So if we look about who are the learners on the MOOC courses and who complete the MOOC courses, we can see that the applicants usually had a previous academic degree, and they possessed previous knowledge on the course content. They lived in developed countries and usually come from high, medium socioeconomic status. So it was not exactly like the plan in the beginning, but it's still here, the MOOC, and with a different target population. After this kind of research, so the MOOC also target population change, and we can see a lot of courses for professional development. It's not just for professional development. We have also some of the university that actually give credit to students if you will complete a specific MOOCs, or there are MOOCs that are part of master's degree, but the majority of the MOOC are kind of MOOC for professional development. It can be on computer science and statistics software and many other topics. And since 2020, with the corona pandemic, we can see an increase in the number of people that register to the MOOC. But now I want to elaborate about the part of professional development. So if we look at the completion rate of the MOOC, the general audience that register to the MOOC, only 5 to 10% of the people who register to the MOOC will complete it. But if, for example, we are looking at a specific population, for example, MOOC for professional development, we can see that the completion rate is higher and can be up to 28%. Of course, that this is a range. It could be a little bit lower or higher, but this is the range. And of course, this is true for online learning. If we will take a course on a face-to-face way, so probably the completion rate will be higher. And why MOOCs works for professional development? As first of all, it's usually people who register to professional development course are adult learners. And if at the beginning you remember, I gave you an example of a self-regulated learner, a learner that know how to organize his learning process and have the experience of learning. This is something that characterizes the adult learner. So this is one of the reasons that MOOC can work for professional development. And the adult learner come with experience and want to acquire new skills, prepare for future position and advance the career. Of course, that we have challenges also in MOOC for professional development because the course assignments are not always corresponded to the work practice. So it can be effective, people can learn, but it's not necessarily that it will be the exact skill that they need for the day-to-day work. And also the routine job, the workload, sometimes learning with family, it's difficult to complete the course in this kind of way. So in the bottom line of this example, MOOC's target population very dynamic and it's still changing. So the MOOC is here, not like in the promise at the beginning, but we have the MOOC still here and we can still see how it's going to change. And MOOCs are appropriate for professional development. But when we design a MOOC for professional development, we need to consider the relationship between the theoretical knowledge and the professional practice. So this is the first example. Now I want to go and give you another example. So we actually started from a wide course, a massive online course that the public can register. Even if we speak about professional development course, it's professional development course that open to all people in the world, and we can have thousands of register to this kind of courses. Now we're going to give you an example of a different course, a small course that given to specific population. If we use the MOOC terms, we can call it SPOC, a small private online course. And the course I will present today is Introduction to Materials and Nanotechnology, developed by Professor Ron Blonder. It's also part of the IPEN project that Kostas coordinate. And I will give you some overview about how we evaluate the course, and hopefully also some tools to evaluate your course if it's online and if you teach now online. So the course provided by the Weizmann Institute of Science, and it was an online semester-long course. We gave this course 3 times in 3 cycles, 2016, 2017, and 2019. And we used Moodle environment, video, quizzes, and Padlet walls. And the Padlet walls, if someone not familiar with this platform, it's basically kind of a forum and a way to create discussion between participants. We also, the course based on video lessons. So we have in total 3 videos lessons. Each lesson comprised to 1 to 5 video, and each video was 25 minutes. Why 25 minutes? What research about online learning shows is that the video should be short, because if we will keep the video long, so people will not concentrate. We can see sometimes online courses with 10 or 15 minutes video. We decided to do it around 25 minutes video, that it's still short. We also had one face-to-face meeting. It was not the Corona time, so we have the opportunity to ask the people, the teachers, to come to the Weizmann Institute and experience in a lab experience. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but the introduction to materials and nanotechnology was professional development for teachers, for chemistry teachers in Israel. The aim of the course was to introduce teachers to nanoscales and technology, and to increase chemistry teachers' nanoliteracy and to the chemistry curriculum. And the population, we had teachers from all over Israel with different age range and different experience range. And this is just a background about the population. The age was 21 to 70, and the experience was 1 year to 37 years. And the research goal was to evaluate the course, to understand who are the learners, which kind of learner registered to the online course. Of course, it's not like this time when everyone forced to move to online teaching or learning. Usually, the people who learn in an online environment are people that live far away from places that they can come to a face-to-face course, or that it's more convenient for them because of the flexibility to learn with the combination of work and family. We also want to evaluate the online learning behavior and to evaluate the learning process. The goal on this was to do a prediction, to understand which kind of learner behavior leads to persistent and which kind of learner behavior leads to dropout. Today, I'm going to present you just the evaluation part, not the prediction. Prediction is something that we are working on these days, and hopefully I can share with you maybe in a different conference the results. But I think that from evaluation, I hope that you can also take some idea to evaluate your course if it's online. So for this evaluation, we use a combination of mixed methods approach. Today, I'm going to present you findings from two methods: educational data mining and semi-structured interviews. So educational data mining, the idea is when a student interacts with online information, many parameters about their activity are gathered and stored. For example, we have a timestamp of each activity or count of entrance to a specific website, a specific file. And this is something that's really sensitive. If we want to analyze this kind of data, we need to maintain the principle of research ethics and student privacy. And another thing that is really important is that this method requires strategies for data cleaning, filtering, and indexing. I can tell you that this is a complicated process. We did it in the research and just published an article about these strategies. If it's not part of the cleaning strategy, it's really important. I can elaborate it about in the Q&A, or if someone wants to email me about that or ask for the article. But in general, I can just say that if the data is not clean, the finding will not be accurate. And it's really important to pay attention to this part in this, especially in this kind of research method. So in our course, the completion rate was 64% of the teachers that registered to the course completed the course. And if you remember the percentage that I gave you before about MOOC course, so here the numbers, here the percentage is higher. It's a small course. People sometimes even knew each other from before and knew the lecture. So it's a different. So the completion rate in this kind of courses is higher, and it's for this kind of courses the percentage is nice. And why I gave you the completion rate? Because I want to show you how we can evaluate it through the data. So one of the things that we can do with the educational data mining is to see the access to each activity. So we check the access to the lessons between one lesson to the 13 lessons, and on the x-axis we have the number of the lesson. On lesson 4 we didn't have video, so you don't see lesson 4, but you have one for 213. We also have the unique video plays, which means that, for example, if we take the 2017 year, we can see that around 95 of the teachers that registered to the course opened the first lesson. I will say that I don't know if the teachers actually watch the lesson. I don't know if they just click play and then prepare themselves coffee, or I don't know if they listen or didn't or don't. But I just know that they open and click play on the video. And still, just this gives me a view about the course, because we can see the same kind of behavior in each year that the course given. We have the yellow line as an average, and the bar counts present each year. And we can see that we have a sharp decline between lesson 5 to lesson 7, and then kind of stabilization. So first of all, if we look at the stabilization part, we can see that it's around 60, which actually represent a number of teachers that completed the course. We have 64% of the teachers that completed the course, and we have around 60% teachers that opened play the last lessons. Another thing that we can see is the sharp decrease between lesson 5 to lesson 7. And because we did also interviews, so I asked the teachers about difficulties in the course and about the way that they learn in the course. And they explain me that between lesson 5 to lesson 7, when the course was about the Schrödinger equations, those are the topics of lesson 5, 6, and 7. It was very difficult for them comparing to the other lessons. And then some of them actually told me that they skipped this part, they skipped lesson 7, but they returned to the course and complete it and watch the video. And some of them explained me that this was the point that they decided to drop out from the course. So the combination of the educational data mining and the interview helped us to get the picture about the way that the teacher learns in this kind of course. But we analyzed this graph only after the course ended. If someone wants to use it and use this kind of graphs during the course, so maybe it can help the learners during the course, if you can see suddenly a sharp decrease in students open a video. And I don't mean something that can be a problem with privacy, like sending someone an email, hey, you didn't watch lesson 7, why? I mean something more general that we can do in the course design in order to help students. And also so for us, if we will conduct a future course, we now have the data in order to improve it. Another thing that the video can give us is not just an overview, but also zoom in about the course. So another graph that we did is about each lesson. As I said at the beginning, some of the lesson comprised to a few parts. For example, lesson 6 comprised to part A and part B. And we can see a decrease between the number of teachers that open part A to the number of teachers that open part B. Even that we comprise the video to 25 minutes each, still we can see that not everyone opened the last part. And we can see this trend in all 3 cycles that the course was given. And we saw this kind of trend in all lessons that comprised from a few videos. But in lesson 7, we saw something interesting. We can see the decrease between part A to part D. And then in part E, we suddenly see an increase in the number of teachers that open the video, comparing to part D. Part E dealt with orbital and the chemical bonds. which is in Israel part of the chemistry curriculum in high school. And after we saw this trend in the 3 cycles that the course given, we can always see the increase between part D and part E. We thought that maybe there is a connection between the name of the video and the number of teachers that will, or learners that will access to the video. So now this is also something that we consider, and also the idea to relate the content to the high school curriculum in Israel. So it's not, as I said before, it was not just the technical education and data mining. We also conducted some interview to understand the online learning patterns, and teachers share with us different learning strategies. Some of them told us that they repeat and watch the video again and again in order to understand better, or because they have a specific interest in a video. Some of them told us that they just watch one time and it's enough for them. Another interesting thing is that some of the teachers told us that they access to the video in one browser and then to a quiz in another browser and solve the quiz while watching the video, because it saved time for them or because it's more convenient. But this was also a way to learn for them. And this gave us the understanding of the different kind of learning that you can learn the same online course. And we've also found from the interview and also from our educational data mining method that teachers return to the course website, and it can be months and even years after completed the course. Teachers from the first course are still continue to use the website, because it's a kind of resource for them. They use it in order to prepare their classroom presentation, and even and sometimes they use the video from the course in order to show their students, and even to explain nanotechnology concept to fellow teachers. So this is the long-term use of the course. And if I can, the conclusion and the discussion that we have from this example is that online professional development course should maintain a strong link between the content and the work environment. So here, when the course was for a teacher professional development, we think that we need to connect it to the high school curriculum. But in MOOC course, we need to think about the work according to a specific MOOC. Also, the course as a resource, the course should remain available long after the completion, because maybe people want to use the resource that they learn in the course, like they use in the internet. And the last thing is the option that we have from analysis of activity reports log, and use the educational data mining method. If we clean the data and do it in a careful way, and keep the student privacy, it really can help us to identify in our case the teacher's difficulties and relevance of the course topics, and it can be the same in other courses. And of course, that we need to think when to use it after the course in order to evaluate and get prepared to the next course, or during the course when we can maybe still help the learners. So that's what I want to share with you today. And I want to thank you. Here is my email. Feel free to contact me if you have any question or you want to elaborate about something. And I will be happy to answer your question if you have, and that's all.
Yael, thank you very much for this excellent presentation. I can see comments from the chat that it was very helpful for the teachers that they participate among us. So are there any questions from the audience to Yael? Or I should start my questions. Okay, let me start, Yael. Okay. I would like to ask the following questions. I'm sorry, I should accept also people. I would like to ask, the completion rate of your course compared to the average completion rates of other MOOCs that are reporting to professionals, it's much higher. So if I remember well, you know, in one of your first slides, you were talking about 18 to 21% success rate. On the other hand, your course had a success rate of 65%. Am I right?
Yes, you're right.
So what is the thing that you have done in order to be so much higher than the average rates? Because, as very correctly you have mentioned, one of the main challenges in MOOCs is the completion rate, and you have increased this completion rate from 20% to 65%.
Right, because this is why I didn't put it in the same slide, because it's really compare between a MOOC that anyone on the world can register, between a course that's given to specific population. Sometimes the teachers, for example, can even get credit for the course. You can also get credit for MOOC, but it's not the same. When the course is private for students in the universities, or for example, I also have data from another part of the research that we conduct in the Open University of Israel for undergraduate student, and the completion rate is also higher there. It can be around 50, 60 if it's online course. When it's MOOC, the completion rate is lower comparing even to other online courses. And because it's target population in small courses are different.
Okay, thank you. So the idea is like to be focused in a more to be focused in a group of people that they will take and they will follow this course for their professional development. And if you run such a course within your university, you're expecting then, you know, the completion rate to be much higher than to open the course to everyone. Am I right?
Yes, yes, because of even the interaction, and even we have in the university, sometimes we are familiar in person with the people, not in the course, but before. So it's something that can help.
And Yael, your answer generates me another question. I mean, then what is the definition of MOOC then? Because there is a lot of debate what is a MOOC, because it has also the massive open. So the massive refers to the number of the people that they can register and to the people that they can have access. So as you are moving, as you focus the targeted group to smaller and smaller groups, then you are moving away from the definition of MOOC. Am I right? And what is the difference between a MOOC and an online course?
Okay, so first of all, I will try to share with you, I will try to answer, and I'm looking for a table that we did about that. But there are a few terms of MOOC courses. In general, it's a course that open to the public, and anyone in the world can register. There are some people that define if even an online course in the university as a SPOC, which is a small private online MOOC online course, and it will also call it MOOC. But usually, the idea is for the massive online course that anyone can register, and the other courses are just online courses, but they are not massive. It's not courses for thousands of people, but can be courses for hundreds of people in the university, or even 300. In MOOC courses, we can have thousands of registered. But even in the MOOC course, if I'm not, I guess that I didn't want to override the presentation, so I was not sure if to share it in the presentation, but there are, it's a table that we prepared, and it's basically MOOC types, and there are different pedagogy for MOOC types. So the MOOC that if someone of you experience usually is the XMOOC. It's a MOOC that we can find on Coursera, if you know this platform, and it will be a video and quizzes and forum, and kind of a course that we are, at least part of us are familiar with. This is the most popular MOOC, but there are other kind of MOOCs. For example, there is something that called CMOOC, which is more constructivist, and people, it's more based about on discussion and not necessarily a video. And there are MOOCs that are private, but I think that not everyone will define them as MOOC if they are private, but we can call, as I said, for example, to an online course in the university, we can call it SPOC, small private online course, and then the university may choose to use the platform. And there are also other not very popular but still exist. For example, Look, Little Open Online Course. It's also a definition, and a TMOOC, which is based on tasks. So the definition of MOOCs are really wide. But the most popular MOOC that I described in the first example is the XMOOC. The second example can be considered as a SPOC.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And your prediction model that I hope that we will be able to invite you in one of the webinars in the future. It's based on the learning analytics that your for example your eClass platform generates, or you have enriched this learning analytics with more capacity, with more functions.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm sorry, I will repeat myself. So you presented during your presentation that you have also a prediction model that predicts, the failure or, the success of the participants within a MOOC or within an online course. Yesterday, we followed a very nice presentation from Aalborg University that they are using, for example, Moodle, and Moodle generates some learning analytics, as we know, or, any class platform generates this kind of learning analytics. Are you using this learning analytics in order to make the prediction, or you have enriched the functions of this learning analytics and you predict, more accurately who will fail or who is going to be successful?
Okay, so I'm just using the raw data from the Moodle environment, okay. And then we started, in order to create the learning analytic more accurate, we need to do a deep cleaning process. Ron, my advisor, just shared on the chat the article that we published about. So feel free to even read the abstract or see the charts. It can really help to understand the full process. But then only after we have the raw data, we can use it in order to use a prediction model. And for example, now, I will not share it now, but I started to have even a logistic regression model that can show me which kind of percent will succeed if they do a few things until week 5 and until week 8. Hopefully that in a few months I can also present it in another conference, but this is something that we work on, and we see really nice results when the data is clean. And it's really different when the data were not clean. But so we work a lot of the cleaning process after we took it from the Moodle environment. It was not enough for us.
Thank you. And you saw also, a drop rate regarding the engagement of the participants from lecture 5 to 7 or 5 to 8, if I remember well.
Yes.
And you mentioned that your explanation is because of the terminology or because the topics are very difficult for them in comparison with the other parameters that you are presenting during this course. Am I right? From the other hand, as a physicist, I cannot see why these topics in nanotechnology, it looks to me like quantum mechanics 1, the course. It's like, it's difficult in general, or it's easy in general. I cannot see that why, for example, quantum wells can be more difficult than, Schrodinger equation in 1 dimension, or oscillator, quantum oscillator is like less difficult or not. I mean, what do you think will be the impact of a better communication between the participants? For example, if I face a problem, I can ask my colleague, like, okay, how can we solve this? And probably, through the discussion and communication, it's not going to be so difficult as it appears. So do you think that you can solve this declination if you enhance, for example, better communication between the participants, not cheating, but communication? Do you understand what I mean? And also, recently we published something, and this actually was our first teaching science publication, regarding the people they find difficult when you don't link something theoretical with the real life cases. For example, when I'm teaching quantum wells myself, always I'm bringing the example of diode lasers or why the width of the quantum well can tune the emission wavelength. So if you bring these real life exams, I can see, I mean, I cannot see, they are very friendly to quantum mechanics, but they are more friendly. So what is your opinion on this? Have you tried to do this, or or probably you are doing this?
So I have a few things to say. First of all, in an online course, we always see a decline. Sometimes it's because of the topic, and sometimes it's because the decline of the rate because it's online course and there is a dropout. In this specific course, because of the target population and because we interview teachers from all the cycles. So yes, the topic of quantum mechanics was difficult comparing, for example, from just the nanoscale understanding. It was difficult for them. And of course, it's dependent on the target population. If someone has a PhD in physics, it will not be like that. So it was this like that in the course. And the solution that you gave us, like to link it to the real life, or for us link it to the curriculum in this specific population, is a pedagogy. And if we see that there is a problem in a specific part of the course, so yes, we need to think what to do, what is the pedagogy in order to solve it. Maybe it's create more interaction, but maybe it's to link it to something. So this is something that as designer of the course or someone who deliver the course needs to think what will be better to the course. But yes, those are kind of solutions that will still keep the privacy of the students.
And the last one, because I have to move to to the next. Do you think? I mean, the course, the teacher and the lecturer is one person, or if you change, if you have more than one lecturer, you think that you can help in order to not see this drop?
So in this course, we actually have a few lectures for each video. And sometimes I guess that it depends on the lecture, and sometimes it's because of the topics. We see that sometimes if we change the lecture, it's not necessarily changed, for example, in the stabilization part, but it's also something that we need to consider, yes.
Okay, so if there are, do we have any other questions from the audience? Okay. So if this is the case, I would like to thank you again, Yael, for this very nice presentation. Also, I would like to thank the Ron Blonder for your contribution and for your work. And thank you very much, Yael. And I kept a note. The next thing that I'm going to do, I will invite you, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye. And it's time to move to the next one. The next contribution comes from Portugal, from Professor Ronaldo Sobral. I cannot pronounce the university. I'm very bad on this. Universidade Portugalense. Thank you.
I put this, yes.
Where are you? Okay. Hi, Sonia. It seems that it's very cold in Portugal right now, or in Porto, it's very cold. I have been in Porto, so in the north.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yes, because you are 2 hours back from us.
Yes, 2 hours, yes. Yes, right. We are in the left.
All right.
In the left position.
Yeah.
I put my name and Universidade here
in the chat.
Yes. In bate-papo, like we say in Portugal.
Okay, yes. Sonia, please send me your presentation after you finish. Sonia yes. will present us principles on online teaching. I think this is very useful for all of us. Sonia, the floor is yours. And I think that you can share the screen anytime.
Yes, you can see it.
Yes, we can see it, and,
yes.
And the time starts.
Yeah, hello. That's a little presentation about teaching online. Okay. Distance learning is a planned teaching learning with physical distance and eventually temporal distance. So synchronous and asynchronous. There are several names to designate distance learning, like the electronic model, e-learning, the blended or mixed face-to-face and distance model, b-learning, blended learning, the version with the mobile device, m-learning, and several others. We can x-learning or naming, you name on it. The advantages are clear. A Portuguese can go to a course in MIT, or a Greek student can be in a separate course in China, or that's a big advantage nowadays. So distance learning need to be scheduled education. You can learn with your neighbor, your son, but is not a distance education. So it requires physical separation. So the learner and the instructor is separate in place. Temporal separation, it can be or not temporal separation. You know, I'm in the left and you are in the right. We have 2 hours in distance, but that's normal. In this epoch, or with a lot of webinars, we have a lot of webinars in the right, in Asia and so on, and we have to be during the night with webinars and so on. It's the new normal. So, and fourth, collaborative. It's very important to have relation between students. Okay. So distance learning have flexibility as keyword in time, in space, in programs. Synchronous in same time, asynchronous in different time, or mixed solutions. Mixed solutions are like nowadays in my university, we have lectures in Zoom and laboratories in physical in classes, in normal classes. So X-learning is a name you can put it because that's a lot of something learning, be learning, e-learning, m-learning, and x-learning. You don't know it's the next learning. Very important. X-learning isn't reuse text or presentation, save them to PDF and put in the Moodle in static way. That's like a repository, not a real distance learning as we want to be effective. So is important. This slide is very important. Distance learning is very different than the normal learning, the traditional learning. For distance learning to be efficient, it's necessary to reuse strategies that are quite different than transforming the content, the text, the PowerPoints used by teacher in face-to-face classes and placing them on the internet, on Moodle, what in learning management systems, and put it in a static version, usual PDF. There's a lot of distance learning courses that have a lot of PDF documents and a lot of links to YouTube. That's not good. So it's necessary to develop strategies like with cooperation, collaboration between students, and using techniques such as pair programming. For me, in the computer science world, pair programming is to have two students, two programmers and one computer. One is the driver, the other one writes the code, and the other is talking with the first one. You can, the normal is in the same computer, but now with distance learning you can have two students in their own house or working together. It's necessary to think about an effective teaching environment like program-based learning, project-based learning, and you can use flipped classes in which the student has access to different materials before lectures, or synchronous classes is almost the same if you have lectures in classroom or lectures in Zoom or in Teams, or using the time with teacher to ask questions and to do more complicated tasks. So the students have the materials before the traditional lecture. So when we become more present in the beginning of the century, in last century, teacher have a page, use the email to answer questions, sometimes create manage a community, a blog, a smart groups, or whatever, and provide the address to chat and conversations with students, and receive the work on CD, physical one, or by email. With the learning manager systems, you can join, you can aggregate all this stuff. You can put all these features and needs and strategies in the same place. So in the beginning, now the student can be with his mobile phone or in his laptop somewhere. So Moodle begins in the beginning of the century with different versions. So this is the 4 versions of a course, Algoritmia e Programação, that's like CS1, and you have the mobile version. Mobile version of Moodle is not very friendly, but that's the way it is. It could be better, but that's good. Distance learning platforms allow activities, files, interactions in the same place. They are grouped, and that's a solution for some security problems. Okay, nowadays you have the booming in Zoom. With Moodle, you don't have this problem because you can the students have a password, rigid username and password to get in. Okay. If you want work effectively with learning management systems, we need to interact with students. You can't be in the platform once per month. You put your presentations, your summary and links. And if the students ask you some questions and you don't give them the feedback, that's a big problem. So it's very important to work a lot with this. You have to think about it if you want to be in a distance learning course, because you have to give feedback to students. It's important that students don't feel alone in the problem. So you have to rethink about the contents with different characteristics of teaching paradigms. It's very important to motivate community, and you have to think about who are your students. You think about the purpose of the education tasks and the characteristics of the people, of the students. With age, it's easy. If you put hot potatoes with kids in 12 years old, is very enthusiastic task. But if you do the same with search cycle PhD students, it's very boring and is not a good idea. So a wiki where you can put your comments and so on can be very bad if you embracing consequences, if you do it with teenagers that put lots of words that can be placed there. Students nowadays are in the zapping mode, a lot of things with the mobile phones, TV, laptops, all in the same times, and they born with video games. It's important to give them contents, not very like a video games but students need to enjoy the task. The video games need to be intuitive and usable. So to give the users a pleasure, addiction, and so on, is important to think about it, to give material to students. Let's imagine an example. If you have to teach, I think I'm not in sports, but I think about it. My examples are about sports every day, always. Think about a certain pass of rugby. You have several hypotheses if you are in distance mode. With a lot of words, develop a lot of things and a link to the to the story, to the text. Example 2, a picture. You can do like the picture, first one, second one, the third one, and fourth one. You can try it at your own, or so with a YouTube video, you can show students how to do the pass, or the three things in the same place. And it's not better to be with serious games, try to try to do the passing with your own with serious games, or you can have, sorry, but Cristiano Ronaldo. With this video, you can have the better teacher in the world. So you can learn with better teacher in the world, Cristiano Ronaldo, of course. So, sorry, not Cristiano Ronaldo again. It's very important. It's very important to think that students can prefer to study in different way. One prefer text, another student prefer a picture, another prefer with videos, and a mixed solution, or I think they prefer to be in the center of the trying themselves with serious games, of course, but it's very difficult to teacher again. So with this pandemic, the teachers forced to go home. That's teaching, emergency teaching, because since people had to be confined, students and teachers had no alternative. They were surprised and they to reinvent it themselves. So that's a bit surprising to be at home, to put the text. So these semesters, a few months after the beginning of the pandemic, teachers had the opportunity to rethink their strategies and develop others, knowing that at any time they may have to return home and finally be free of, or finally be free of this problem. We hope that the new normal returns after same as before 2020. So when the people went home, they have to reinvent it. Now they have to rethink about the strategies, the contents, and so on. So each person I'm 19, okay. Each person learns in different way. Some likes read text, others like watch videos, others like to see images, others want to see the problem in a different solution and mix it. The teacher must use several strategies to think about who the recipients are. For example, it's with children's in left image, little children listen all the morning in Zoom is very difficult. In the middle image, you can see a teenager group with bombing and so on. And in the right, motivated classes like a PhD students and so on. It's very different to have motivated classes, old adults and so on. You can. It's very important to think about the age of your students. So remembering distance learning is a education programmed with physical separation, temporal separation, and collaborative, cooperative relation between students and relation between the instructor and the students. Flexibility is the key word in time, in space, in programs. Very important, don't put your PDF in Moodle in static way. It doesn't work. 2, distance learning, the student is the center. But if the student is alone, is a big problem. The teacher have to conduct, to be the driver, to have efficient learning, teaching learning, to motivate students to develop different strategies and think that each student likes a different way to learn. And so I think this is the more important slide today. This is my name, Sónia Rolenço Sobral. I work in Universidade Portucalense and actually in REMIT. In REMIT, that's my research center, linked to some publications. And I think it's very important to exchange ideas. That's this Erasmus week is very important. I concur. It's very important for everyone to exchange experience, to know what are other people's doing. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sonia.
Yes.
I think
Sorry
that
about my English.
No, there's no problem. Always, I'm keeping saying this to my students, to the students, and also to colleagues. I mean, you should not afraid how to speak English. We're not Englishmen. Actually, the people that they are coming from UK, they are very proud that we try to speak their language. So, I mean,
no, that's I'm from computer science, and my life is sports.
All right, so you
marathons and so on. So
I like that you are bringing examples from sports.
Language is not my. I teach, and in Portuguese I talk this way. Spanish, my mother language, this way. So that's a problem. That's the way it is.
There's no problem. Not problem at all. I think that you gave a very brief
20 years
description.
ago, I think it's a problem. No, nowadays not a problem. Sorry.
It's not a
Yes.
problem.
Yes.
So I don't know if there are any questions, but in the middle time, I would like to ask you something because I noticed this from the yesterday's lectures as well, that how can I say, gamification is a very important tool along the online teaching, like games, to play games, and this, it seems that increase and enhances the interaction with the students. I mean, do you have any examples of any game? You see, I cannot even the gamification that you are using along your online lectures.
A lot.
Can you show us?
I'm always searching. Yes, I have a lot of examples.
I think that you are the only person that overpassed me on the voice, but I like that you are bringing examples from sports, actually.
Yes, I have a lot of examples.
All right,
yes.
Can you give us some examples, some tips that we can use along our online teaching? Like what kind, is there any software that we can use, any tool that we can use in order to generate this gamification?
Yes,
so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I prefer.
Excuse me? No, I would like to give me some examples.
Now, yes, you can do a lot of things, but you need to work a lot with things. With my students in computer science one, and I have human-centered interaction too, and so on. I have a lot of examples to the students. Yes, yeah, I can show you after.
All right. You cannot show me, not only to me, but also to the other people that they participate some exams? Right now, no.
Right now, I need to think
okay.
The better one.
Probably you will send an email to all of us. You can
yes.
send an email to all of us.
Sure.
But it seems that it's a very important tool and it will be nice to know more things. All right, I like what did you mention, that from the teacher's point of view, that to provide feedback, and feedback on time is very important for online teaching. Otherwise, I would like to link it also with the previous lecture, that probably one of the reasons of the high drop rates is this isolation that the learners, they feel because we do not provide feedback on time, or because probably we just upload static material that does not help the interaction. So these are some messages that we should keep.
But you became a slave.
I mean, it's our job. What do you mean?
Yes.
We love what we are doing. I mean, otherwise we should do.
Of course.
We should go and play basketball. I don't know, something else.
Yes. Yes.
All right. I mean, I don't have any other questions. I don't know if someone from the audience has something to ask Sonia. Any question from the audience? So if this is the case, and since according to the schedule, we should, the next lecturer, I don't know if the next lecturer is with us, is Ivailo from Bulgaria, from Technical University in Sofia. I don't know, Ivailo, are you with us? Because it's a little bit early. I mean, his lecture is in 45 minutes from now. So in between, and in order to make a break, okay, I will go again to the Mentimeter. Yesterday, we had the same registration to check out a little bit of the profile of the people that they participate in today's. Let me share my screen in order to do this this activity. I mean, it's not an activity. So you should go. I mean, can you see my screen? I think that you can see my screen. Okay, let me present it first. So you should go to the www.mendi.com. You can see on the top of my screen and use this code. And when you are ready, start to answer the questions. If someone has problems, just communicate with me. I don't know if Sonia is listening me, but do you think that this kind of Mentimeter is a gamification? No, it's not a gamification. It's like more like voting interaction, no?
It's like interaction, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's very interesting because you see the results.
Actually, I can check who is with me and who is not with me because, you know, the numbers does not.
Yes.
So I think that we need more answers. No, Konstantinos, the results are not, I don't know if they are identical like yesterday, but it's a different audience today. So I would like to check, you know, the composition of today's. And always I'm taking this, I'm doing this voting and this check at the same time as yesterday. But thank you, Konstantinos, for the comment. So I think that we need a little bit more to go to 40, like because we are 62, 63, and I have only 36 votes, which means that the half of the population, they have just switched on the, you know, they are logged in and they are not with us. This is the conclusion that I'm getting. Okay. Let's move to the next one. Name your institution. So my friend Masoud is with us.
Yes, yes, I'm here, Kostas.
With Masoud, we were together as a postdocs in Barcelona. That's why I just say him hi.
Thank you, Kostas. Nice to meet you.
I cannot see you.
But I can see you.
Okay, like if we go again to the 40, it will be nice because yesterday, but it's not so important. And we have colleagues from Jordan, from Algeria, from France, from Sofia. I know, so probably Vailo is with us because I'm expecting Vailo to be the next speaker. So if Vailo is with us, just, you know, make a sign. So let's move to the next one. Like, how did you learn about our international week? So probably, you know, this is like the. I think that we should improve a lot our web page. Like somehow it should work like. Hi Dimitar. I hope that you are feeling better today. How do you feel? Okay, 33. I think that we should go again to 38. it's not the case, let's move to the other one. Why do you participate in the Erasmus Week? Today, let's see what is the replies that we should receive. So I think that the most important stakeholder that we have is the students. Actually, this is another nice conclusion to get, because we have seen this. I have realized this when during the first lockdown that we were doing these online sessions and online teaching. I mean, probably you have 65 participants, but I have noticed that, the half of them, they are active, or they are really following your wording or your presentation. The other half, they just have, they have logged in, switch off the cameras, and you don't know what is happening. So I think that a good suggestion is like everyone who has its cameras on, not now, but during your lectures, in order to be more interactive, or, force them to be more interactive. Okay, let's move to the other one. In which session are you interested more? We had yesterday soft skills development. It happened. Now we are online, electronics, 5G communications, mathematics educations, institution presentations. So excellent. And let's move to the other one. Do you plan to attend the whole international week? Yes, no, partly. As I yesterday, I think that no one will answer no, because you are already there. And I should reduce this kind of answer to two, yes or partly. A part of it, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Dimitar. Thank you very much. So Ivailo will be with us in a short while. Thank you very much for participating in this Mentimeter voting. According to the schedule, Ivailo starts, let me check, starts at quarter past the hour. I will suggest now it's almost quarter to the hour, to have a short break for a quarter and come back on the hour. So now it's 11:45, it's 11:42 local time, 10:42 CET. So I will suggest to come back at 12 o'clock local time or 11 o'clock CET. I will be here logged in, and just to give some time to Ivailo to join us. Okay, so let's have a quarter of break and then come back. Okay, see you later.
1, 2, 3.
Hi, Daniel. I cannot hear you. Yeah, now I can hear you. We are doing a short break until we start quarter past the hour with the next speaker.
Like I said, I'm going to turn up at about 3-ish, plus minus, a few minutes before my talk. So I'll be back then. My exam's due to start in half an hour, so I better get started with my organization this end. How was yesterday?
Yesterday it was very good. Today I'm satisfied.
Good. All right.
Let's
Let's
see.
hope for the best for today too. I'll turn up about 3, like I said.
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
Bye. Have a great day. See you soon.
See you soon and good luck with the exams. For the students, the good luck.
It's my exam too. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye. So Ivailo is still not among us. I don't know what's Yes, the 5G webinar is on Thursday. Everyone should register, Konstantinos. Without registration, nothing happens. Nothing happens. At least the minimum. Thank you for your interest. And I think Michael Grivas is with us.
Yes.
So Michael, I sent you yesterday. I sent you the link. You are among the people that they have registered to the Erasmus Week.
Okay.
So
I just
please check.
didn't receive an email today.
Oh, I sent it yesterday. Since you are, everyone has received it. Why you have not received it? Since you are in the same list with the others.
I don't know. I
mean,
just got it from Facebook, from a Facebook friend.
You should ask yourself then. Check out where probably, you know, my emails are going to your trust or wherever it's going. Check all the files.
Okay.
Thank you to be with us anyhow. We're missing still. Do we have Michael Bosco with us? Michael, are with us?
Yes.
So, Michael, it seems that, you know, I mean, I have to skip, you know, we have sent him messages. He has replied to one of his colleagues that he's coming. I mean, do you mind if we start with your presentation in 2 minutes?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Why not?
Yeah. Okay, so we will move. I mean, I should act fast. Cannot wait
Yeah.
for him.
Okay.
So in 2 minutes, we're starting with Michael Bosco, and then if Ivailo will appear, he will be the first one after the lunch break. So Michael Bosco will talk to us about technology and education, which is something very important. Anyhow, to be honest, I think that we are starting a little bit earlier than Ivailo's slot. So let's wait 2 more minutes if Ivailo appears. Otherwise, we will move with Michael, and then I will translate. Probably Ivailo is there. No. Admit. So let's wait for Ivailo for 1 more minute. Otherwise, Michael, you will be the second. You will start the session.
Κώστα, εδώ είσαι.
Έλα ρε Γιάννη, το έχω δει το Γιάννη, πρέπει να περιμένεις. Δεν έχω εσένα στο μυαλό μου πρώτη προτεραιότητα. Θα περιμένεις λίγο και θα στο στείλω. Μην αγχώνεσαι.
Χώνομαι γιατί δεν πάω να στείλω στους υπόλοιπους γι' αυτό.
Ναι, εντάξει, κανόνισε το μόνο σου. Αλλιώς. Πρέπει να περιμένεις λίγο. Δεν μπορώ να τα προλαβαίνω όλα να έχω και το άλλο. Περίμενε και θα το κάνω εγώ.
Να ξέρω ότι...
Μέσα στο lunch break θα το κάνω. Δεν θα σε αφήσω έτσι.
Δεν ξέρω. Γι' αυτό πήγα.
Αν δεν ξέρεις, κάνε το μόνος σου.
Όχι μόνο, δεν ξέρω τι
Α.
γινόταν. Ξέρω,
Έτσι, μπράβο, έτσι,
καλά.
μπράβο.
Εντάξει.
Να το πας καλά.
Αν όλα καλά.
Ναι, μια χαρά.
Αυτό λέω.
Don't worry.
Εντάξει. Οπότε θα αναμένω δηλαδή για το.
Τώρα αμέσως θα το κάνουμε μόλις αρχίσουμε το επόμενο.
Πού σας
Γεια σου,
πέτυχα, ρε παιδιά. Είχα μάθημα 8 με 12 και δεν σας παρακολούθησα.
Διάλειμμα.
Πήγε
Από
λίγο
εδώ και
πιο
πέρα
γρήγορα.
θα είμαι.
Ναι, θα αρχίσουμε με. Περιμένω έναν κύριο από τη Βουλγαρία. Κάποιο έχει
Ναι.
μήνυμα ότι θα μπει. Δεν ξέρω αν έχει πρόβλημα με το ίντερνετ. Επομένως, θα αλλάξουμε λίγο το πρόγραμμα και θα πάει ο Μάικλ Μπόσκο. Θα κάνει τώρα ομιλία και μετά θα συνεχίσουμε με τον συνάδελφο από τη Βουλγαρία μετά το lunch break. Απλώς πήγε λίγο πιο
Κατάλαβα.
γρήγορα και
Ναι.
δεν έκανα κι εγώ το τέταρτο το break και κάναμε τώρα ένα μικρό διάλειμμα.
Αυτά είπες ότι θα ανέβουν μετά στο...
Ναι, στο YouTube. Και τα χθες
Ναι.
τα ανέβασε στο YouTube.
Α, τα
Νομίζω
ανέβα,
ήταν-
τα χθεσινά τα είδα όλα, ήμουν μέσα σε όλα. Τα σημερινά τα πρωινά ήθελα να ακούσω, δεν με ενδιαφέρει.
Ναι, θα τα βάλουμε.
Κανονικά έπρεπε να μην κάνουμε μαθήματα, να μπορούμε να συμμετέχουμε εδώ πέρα. Δηλαδή να
Εντάξει,
μην βγαίνουμε.
αυτό δεν μπορώ να το αποφασίσω εγώ και με ρώτησαν βέβαια, αλλά δεν θέλω να είναι κίνητρο για τους φοιτητές αυτό το πράγμα. Δεν ξέρω, εντάξει, τώρα δεν μπορούσα να πάρω εγώ τέτοια απόφαση. Επομένως...
Εγώ θα έπρεπε να το πω. Εγώ, αφού εμένα με ενδιαφέρει να παρακολουθώ και να. Γιατί θα χάσω και τη Τετάρτη και τη Πέμπτη, συγγνώμη, την Πέμπτη που είναι και το 5G. Εγώ πάλι έχω μάθημα 8 με 12.
Αυτό μην το χάσεις, γιατί είναι η καλύτερη.
Και δεν πρόλαβα και να εγγραφώ. Τι θα κάνω με αυτό που δεν γράφτηκα.
Όχι, στείλε μου email, μπες μέσα να κάνεις εγγραφή.
Έλεγε μέχρι τις 11. Μέχρι τις 11 δεν έλεγε.
Έλα ρε Νικό, αυτό είναι τώρα για... Όχι για μας.
Εντάξει. Αν δεν μπορέσω να σου στείλω μήνυμα στο email, ξέρω ότι είσαι πολύ φορτωμένος, θα σου στείλω στο
Ναι.
email να με γράψεις. Εντάξει.
Ναι.
Ωραία.
So,
Κλείνω να σε
Ναι.
αφήσω να φας, γιατί κάνω δίαιτα εγώ, γιατί δεν κάνω να βλέπω.
ναι. So, I hope that I have everyone with you. We did this break. I think that I will skip a little bit the sequence of the lectures. Μαρία, τι να σου πω τώρα, εγώ τα ανέβαλα και θα τα κάνω αναπλήρωση. Αυτό δεν μπορώ να το επιβάλλω σε όλους τους συναδέλφους. Δεν μπορώ να πω τίποτα, δεν μπορώ να κάνω κανένα comment. We will continue and we will a little bit change the sequence of the lectures. And we will continue with Michael Bosco. Michael Bosco supposed to be after the lunch break. Now, I think that I will move Ivailo after the lunch break. Nothing changes. Both of the lectures are important and very interesting. So Michael comes from an institution, ESSEP, from France, and he's going to speak about new technologies at the service of the education. And we know technology is a big issue, especially nowadays, because of the COVID-19 and the transition to the online teaching. So, and also it's one of the challenges that the professors and the academics, they faced during the first transition, Michael, how to handle the technology more than the students.
Yeah.
So, please send me, you have already sent me your presentation, I know this. Please share the screen and the floor is yours.
Okay, I'll just check if everything will be worked. Okay.
And thank you very much to be with us.
Yeah, no worries. So is it, do you see the presentation or not yet? Do you see the presentation?
Yes, I can see
Yeah,
the presentation.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. And so hello to everyone. So actually, I'm now working as a teacher and a researcher in maths in my engineering school, and I will present you today how can we say that the new technologies and how the school is organized to help the education in the time of COVID-19 and before also. So here is a little summary. Look, firstly, we just talk a little about my graduate school. After, just a little focus to understand why we need to change our learning methods and how we can help the students in this way to the numerization. I will present you after quickly the innovation project of the school and how the numerical tools can help to promote an active learning. So first, the school is in graduate school, so after the baccalaureate, and we have actually the first one just opened 30 years ago in the north of France, close to Angers. So it's a Lassadian school, which is called that we help our students to come inside, and after we help them during their scholarship. We are member of the La Salle School and also of the Conference of the Grandes Écoles. So it's an engineering school. That means that we have 5 years of students. So when the students finish high school, typically from scientific program, but also to technical program, they can go to the school just after the baccalaureate to the first 2 years, which were called the preparatory classes. And after, they can enter also in the third year for 3 more years. And we have 2 particularities of students, the technician diploma students and also preparatory classes, scientific students. And during these 3 years of engineering school, they have a lot of different things, a lot of internships, but also 2 semesters in foreign countries. In the third year, they have a semester in an English-spoken country. In the 4th year, they have only all courses at school and internship. In the 5th year, they are going to, that depends of the LV2, that means that they're going to Spanish, Italian, or German spoken language country. And for the school prepares to 2 diplomas, engineering school, but 2 diplomas. The first one is risk management, environment, and engineer. So they have, for example, for this first diploma, 4 specialty, the circular economy, energy management, quality, hygiene, security, environment, performance, and management of industrial risks. We can also prepare the student to digital engineer with 4 other specialties: big data, cybersecurity, connected objects, and digital transition. We have 2 campuses. The first one, as I said before, sits in Angers, in north of France, and the other one, the one where I live from, is in the south, from Aix-en-Provence. So the 2 schools are like becoming bigger and bigger. But for example, the Aix-en-Provence campus just opened 3 years ago. So we started with 60 students, and now 3 years after, we are going to 200 students. So the school is becoming bigger and bigger. So it's an engineering school, and when I entered in the school, so 3 years ago, I wanted to know why the students are very interested about the school and why we need to change actually our learning methods. First, so ESEP is a La Sallian school. That means that we are inspired by the history of La Salle, who was a monk in the 17th century. And this goal was to put access to education to everyone, even for the poor, even, for example, for the student with a lot of difficulties, in order to find a job. Now, our goal is quite in parallel similar, because we want to open an engineering program to a large number of students, not only for the best ones, but also with one of difficulties. By what? By making an approach to the professionalization. And actually, the way to do that is to make our students actors of their education. We need also to change our dynamics, because we know that since actually the 2000th century, we are going between what we call a generation gap, because there is a difference between understanding and learning, and students are not interested as before, and we need to change and to use technological advances like smartphones, like computer, to help them and to make them happy to come in classes. And also, we need to be careful about what the company wants, because usually now we put every year like 200 students in internship, and during this internship, the companies have changed what they want to do, what they want about the students. Our fact is also, we were last March impacted by the COVID-19, and we know that all over the world, schools were closed, sometimes for 1 month, 2 months, or until, like it was the case in France, until summer. And in order to help the students to go on and to carry on doing some teaching at home, and in order to avoid virtual classes inequalities, we wanted to, at this time, find different ideas of online teaching. And that's why actually we do that with the school. So for supporting our students, we wanted to first, because when we know, for example, an engineering school is not very easy as pie, but you have a lot of science, but not only. And so the success conditions are very important for the school, and we need to be careful about not to have a lot of students like doing failure at the end of 1 year. And for that, when they arrive at the school, we mix the students each other in order to favor a mixing of student profiles. For example, some students who are good in maths can help students who are good, for example, in English, and both way, in order to help each other to have more success in the exam. But we wanted also to we ordered a support that we gave to our new students, because we use a lot of innovative teaching practices, but sometimes the students, when they arrive at school, they don't know why do we use, for example, Kahoots or other technical advance. But we try to help them and to explain that at the first time and during the first week how does it work. And then we wanted to maintain an active pedagogy in order to make learning meaningful and in order to promote responsible behavior between all of them. The first obstacle was to face the heterogeneity of our students. As I said before, students are from scientific program, but also for technological program. So for that, we make a special program, which is a mix between the 2-year technical degree students and the preparatory classes to the Grandes Écoles. For that, we allow a lot of additional tutoring hours in order to help them to help them, for example, to improve their math or physics skills. And for that, the fact that we add, for example, additional tutoring hours help them to actually consolidate the science skills, but also make them to develop a kind of internal culture. And for that, during the school, the students have to find what we call a personal project, but I will call just a little after. Actually, for example, students have to create an association or join an association, for example, a humanitarian, like the 4L trophy, or also to help, for example, the homeless in the city. So we wanted to make students like well-hearted students in engineering program after. By tutoring, we have the tutoring established between students. For example, the students of the 4th year help the student of the 1st and 2nd year. So they can develop actually kind of mutual aid culture between the students, and in this way, all the students are a big family and help each other to work in this field. We have also what we call the integration projects. So these integrations projects are typically at the first time of the year, of the school year, so between September to October, so until the weekend of Halloween. We have a lot of integration projects that permit to the students to work on their difficulties in science, chemistry, mathematics, physics, but also English, because we know that like French students are not very good in English also, so they have to work a lot about English. And the fact that we put all this lesson called integration in math, integration in physics, integration in chemistry and English during the first 2 months of the school help them to actually, by the end, have a better level in this subject and make an easier transition from high school to actually the graduate school at the end. We also put up some tutoring by teacher, the teacher to students. So that means that we have extra hours in the schedule for this tutoring, to typically 2 per week after classes. So typically it's around 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. by night. And they help them to, like, the teachers can go like very individuality help for each student to see what is your problem. Don't you like maths? Okay, what kind of chapter can I help you all the way? And that can help them to make confiance again. They are like more supported. They know that they're not alone, and there will be students or also teachers that can help them in this part. We wanted also to support our students like all during, and that's why we have what we are for each cycle of classes cycle. We have a pilot. A pilot is a kind of responsible of the program and of the students. We have, for example, a pilot for the preparatory classes, a pilot for the management environment engineer, and a pilot for a digital engineer in each campus. This pilot is a teacher researcher which will be responsible of the class regarding the marks, the well-being of the class, the attendance, the individual support. And actually, this pilot is very important for the students because they help them to understand, like, okay, do you have any problem? I can help you. And then, as I said, they're not alone because some of our students are living very far away. Some students are lived, for example, in Paris, or live in other countries, we have students coming back the USA, Canada, Reunion Islands. So when the first time that they arrive, for example, in Aix-en-Provence, in Angers, they're like alone because the first time they they're far from their families, so they can have kind of, yeah, depression and all this stuff. So this pilot can help them to make anything better in the school. We also do some placement tests at the beginning of the year. For example, in the second language, so we propose, for example, 2 second language, Spanish, German, Italian, and third language too, between Chinese and Italian. In order actually to know the level of each other, we make a placement test using voting remotes, for example. And this placement test can help us to organize classes level by level in order to permit to all the students to make success easier. And I will help, for example, the pilot to know, okay, I know that your placement test in math was not so bad, so I have to help you or not. That depends of that will help for the follow-up of the students to make placement tests at the beginning of the year. And when we do also at the end of the year, we can see, okay, the students started like very bad in maths, for example, and at the end of the year, okay, it was not bad. So we can see actually how the students have becoming more and more interested about the subject and actually about success in the subject too. In order to encourage the interactivity between the students and the teachers and all the students in the school, we have also during the first week what we call the integration week. During this integration week, we organize like different games in the city between the students in order to know all of them. And that will help you, as I said before, to make kind of big family between all of them. And we know, for example, in this time with the COVID-19, it's very important not to feel alone. For example, a lot of our students were locked down in France and they couldn't come back to the country in the United States or Canada for like 6 months. And they were very not very good, like they were kind of depression. So for example, I know that the students were in depression, were helped by their friends they make in the school in order to support this particularity moment with the COVID-19 too. We use, so for this, during the integration week and placement test, we use what we call, the first 2 technology that we use. The first one is the Padlet Forum. So the Padlet Forum is a kind of a big whiteboard, but they can actually download with the Padlets, and they can talk to each, for example, there's a Padlet per class, and they can talk to the teacher, they can talk to the students, all of them, to know, for example, if there's any problem. We use, so then the voting remotes more precisely for the placement test, but we can use also in other, for example, moments in the integration week, for example. The innovation project of our school is very integrated in the active learning. Why? Because as I said before, the students have to be able during their the time in the school, during the 5 years, to create or join what we call a project, a personal project. So typically it's a third year topic. So they're doing, for example, with the first third year or the last third year of the school, they're mentored by a teacher, and there were a lot of projects, humanitarian, but also like more video games project that can help them. So it can permit to nurture team spirit commitment. We do also different annual projects, for example, application projects and enterprise application projects during the 4th year, in order to be more linked to the school and to the enterprise that we work with at the end. But also they are doing research initiation projects. So for example, they have to work in, for example, different projects that the teacher researchers give them. For example, for my part, I did a PhD in field mechanics, and every year I put some subjects about actually, for example, the ocean stratified movements, or for example, to understand the mixing in the ocean. And every time, so the students can be closer to the teacher researcher to understand, okay, you have a first step in the research. Maybe some of them, like typically 10%, go on doing some research at the end. And we have also another one, the PST, what we call the Scientific and Technical Project, which is a link between the research lab and also the enterprises. And our pedagogy is a lot about projects, and they help them to change. There's not only the classical classes, exercise, test, but we have more projects during 1 year. And this pedagogy with project helped them to actually be ready at the end with the work in their active life for the enterprises. We use also, and we use it just before the lockdown, and we continue to go on like right now, the flipped classroom. So the flipped classroom is that we call, I don't know if you already do that, but we have to change the position of the teacher and the students. The roles are not the same. For example, in the traditional classroom, the teacher was what we call the sage of the stage. He was the one who knew the best subject, the one who was supposed to give to the students all the knowledge. And the students were only like in the passive way, just to receive the knowledge. And the flipped classroom is actually, we try to flip a little the role, and the teacher is more like what we call a tutor. A tutor is a guide on the side. And for example, the students are not passive, but more active in this way. And that help a lot of students who don't like to just listen all around the day, the teacher speaking and speaking and speaking, and they are like, okay, now we have to build the chapters. We have to build this, all the chapters, for example. So here's some points about the flipped classroom. So the students learn the lesson at home. So for example, if next week I'm going to teach, for example, the exponential function for example, in differential equation, I say, okay, so next week we are going to learn about differential equation. So I would like you to prepare some courses. So I have two possibilities. I give them the course, or the online lectures before, or I ask them to, okay, let's find the course. It's your turn to try to go to use the internet to find and to build your own course. So two possibilities. So this is before the lesson, the beginning of the lesson. Then in class, during the first lesson, the students try to apply the knowledge they have learned by doing some small exercise, by doing also project, by sharing all this learning. And so at the beginning, when I wasn't doing that, I was the first one to do this in the school, and my other colleagues were like, okay, this is not going to work. I'm not going to do that because the students are not ready. They have to be more and more mature. So I was the first one to do that in math and physics at the beginning. And what we do, we just, so for example, split the classroom in two parts. I had one part of the classroom and my colleague has the second one. We teach the same subjects, but I was doing the flipped classroom and my colleague wasn't doing that. And what we see first thing, we have the students were more happy to go in class. They say, okay, I'm going to work actively, I'm going to learn to my colleagues, and I'm not going to just to hear the teachers speaking about the courses. And the other part was like about the results at the exam at the end. So we splitting the class in two with the same level in both sides. We see that the first year, okay, I had like 30% of success more than the other classroom. So okay, maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was just because of that, or it was like kind of just the hazard. But we trying to do like more and more in the school, and we have seen that the success at the exam were actually increased about 20 or 30% every year. So this was the side of the students. So they're more happy to come in class. They're more happy to create and co-create the classes. But about the teachers, it's very also important to say that the first time I do that and my colleagues do that, they were not very happy, and that's okay, oh my God, I'm going in this way, I'm not sure if it's going to work, the students are not ready. But at the end of the day, we see that actually it was not so bad. It was a little difficult to change the role of the teacher, but we can see that during the classroom sessions, we can help some students to go in more difficulties exercise, and we can do more complex tasks at the end. So it was a very good way, and we are going to split like in science, but also in English and and second language such as German, Italian, and Spanish. So it was a way good thing what we use. And for online lectures, we use what we call numerical environments tool, but I will present you after, which is Moodle, which is very helpful for that. But let's just talk about this after. We also try to make a different approach of the course by doing what we call a problem-based learning. This means, for example, we give them a problem at the end. Okay, if we talk about, for example, the differential equation, we were, for example, trying to work on the radioactivity decrease, for example, of each element close to a form, and to understand, okay, how does it work? And the students were going to understand how is it going by working in some team group, and they will work by solving, for example, this kind of problem, but we're also doing in math when we do to understand, to explain the way of optimization with the differential equation. It's not very easy to talk with this directly. So we try to find different examples in math physics to do that. And we've seen that we have a very good feeling of the student at the end. So it wasn't only difficult, but the students take very pleasure about that. Then we wanted to govern the innovation project in each campuses and going to work with all the school also. And that's why, for example, in our engineering school, we have 3 directories. We have one directory research concerning, for example, the digital science, another one to the risk environment. And a lot of our teacher researchers are working the innovating project. So it's a direction of the school, and we have, like, for now, 6 teachers working on this innovation project in order to try to find different and all the new technologies that they have to help the digital tools. So let's just count. And the fact that our school, actually in our school, we have like some teacher researchers who are actually working only on this part, helps to make the thing happen and go on very quickly in the school. For an example, for each subject, we have what we call a technical sheet, or in French, a fiche matière. It's for every level, every courses, and I will make a zoom on each part, and that will help this fiche matière that we give to the students and to the teacher that will teach the course to understand what we want to do about the subject. So here is a small zoom of actually each part. So we can see, for example, so for first line is the cycle préparatoire. That means that, for example, the preparatory classes. Then we have the subject, analyze 1, so the study of the function, the course name. We have also the semester level, so it's for the first year and the first semester. We have also the amount of semester hour, so for typically 54 hours during the semester. Then the first goals are going to understand the skill goals. For example, the student have to be able to imagine a solution, to, for example, give assumptions, try to be able to give some mathematical representation, adapted, which is a good adaptation, for example, of the subject. If we go a little down, we will see that we have then the knowledge goals. Okay, for example, in this subject, we are going to work about the function, the exponential, the trigonometrical function. We have then the educational details that will explain if we use only courses, exercise, practical time, flipped classrooms, project-based problem, so that will help them. In the other part, we have the educational content. For example, all the subjects, the small keywords that help for the teacher and for the student to understand how the courses is given and is built. The schedule, for example, we have, for example, in this case, 18 classes of an hour and a half. And for example, the first two classes, we have the first chapter, the fourth at the end, the second chapter, and all this way. In other back down, we have the evaluation details. So we have, for example, classical, for example, test, but we have also project and all this stuff. And at the end, the course resources. In order to do all this technical sheet, in order to prepare all the teachers to work all together in the innovation project, we have typically 1 per month, what we call the educational meetings. We have, for example, different topics. Sometimes it's about working about science in preparatory classes. Other time, it will be about the digital tools, the smartphone lab work, all the classroom organization. And doing like about 10 or 12 educational meetings during 1 year helps to the school to go on and use more and more digital tools to work with the students in this way. In order to actually to promote this dynamics of the teaching methods, we organize each year, or actually last year we didn't because of the COVID-19, but the last time was in 2018. We organized a network, like a big meeting with different schools. So here you can see, for example, the about 12 schools that were present to this meeting, in order to present them and to work all together to find different digital tools to work on, in order to find and to be able to work all together in this way. Of course, if we do a lot of digital tools, some teachers are not ready for that. So that's why we have in the school a digital expert, what we call David Juon, who works to help students and teachers to use different technologies such as Moodle and all the other one. I will present you just after that. So that can help the teachers for do that. And in order to know if we are going in a good way, we ask for the teachers to fill every year a free purpose survey in 3 parts, as you can see. The first one is more interested about the collection of educational practices, which is the state of the art, for example, of each teacher, what they're doing to work, more classical or more digital tools, what kind of practice they use. After, about the difficulties and the breaks, what are the drawbacks, what are their needs, how we can help them. And after, we ask them to highlight 2 or 3 axes in order to be able to work during the next year only in these 2 axes, to work and see how innovative teaching methods can be actually improved by digital tools at the end. So if we do a little focus on the numerical tools we use and how new technologies can help to actually promote active learning, we know that we have a new generation of students, so we need new technologies. New technologies are like very omnipresent in our world. They are from childhood to elderly because of amusement. They're connected all the time, but because it's also very helpful for the facilities they have. It's handy. We have also a possibility to make a virtual storage, and it's possible every time and everywhere. And as we know that students, and not only students, are addicted to that, we have to be careful, and because this makes some less human effort, and we have to make new rules and laws, because if we know about the George Orwell's vision of actually the society, we have to be careful of machines. But by the way, with the lockdown we had in March, and our school was closed from March to the end of August, we were able to be online teaching using different parts. And then we just opened the school yet in September, but we just learned 5 days ago that we were compelled to work the day after to 50% of the students can be at the same time in the school. So, okay, we were able to change and to make it a U-turn to the technological advances. The first thing we saw during the COVID-19 lockdown in March, but it was very easy, because everyone, or not a lot of students, have Wi-Fi internet, and they can use, for example, WhatsApp, FaceTime, or all the other things to be connected to all of students between them, but also with their family. And we know that technology advances is very helpful in our life to improve it. But the online teaching first month, I would say, was very difficult, because we know that there are world inequalities in all around the world, but even in France, if you are living in the small town, you don't have Wi-Fi, and you have to be careful for that. And so we wanted to be able to maintain and continue pedagogy, even if the lockdown was pursued, like we have just like a few days ago from now. So if, for example, take the case of the computers can, for example, are used in classrooms, for example, in small session, what we call the small introductory presentation. We introduce, for example, the main ideas of a topic. We give them instruction and at the beginning of the course, and say, okay, we have an hour team research to find, for example, make a presentation in one course or one topic of the course. But we use also online applications such as Moodle, and also online exercises like WIMPs. For example, take the case of Moodle. So it's an environmental numerical tool, and teachers put their lesson inside online, and the students can be easily connected by smartphone or by computers, and can actually download the the chapters and the courses online. They can also chat and talk with the teachers by this tool. And it was very helpful because students can also they give their homework back to the teachers with the Moodle online app. We wanted to go further using this app and create actually a very big pedagogical scheme. And for example, with Moodle, we were able to create 4 schemes that you can see at the end. A lesson scheme, for example, which is a small easy test to check, just to check if the lesson is learned or not. The second scheme is the exercise one. We get students to do like biggest exercises. We give also the problem skill. That means we use, for example, the last session exam to help them to see, okay, if they're ready or not to work on this. And also we ask them to do an auto evaluation. That means that we ask to the students, and they really like to do that, to sometimes to create their own evaluation. So for example, if we have a class of 30 students, we ask to each student to build one exercise to give back to the teacher. And at the exam at the end of the semester, the teacher like choose one of the exercise in 5 points, for example, out of 20, to use the exercise built by a student. And so they're very happy to do that. They say they're okay, I hope it will be me, that I will be chosen by the teacher, for example. So they really like to do the auto evaluation. How to use it? So it's a platform online that you can find. You just type on the internet Moodle, and you will see that you have just to create an account. It's a free application, so you can add like very easily. And for example, is the Moodle page in ESEP. You can find here, for example, the first they have to find the year, the scholar year. So in 12. So for example, now the new year will be like 2020, 2021. After they find the semester 1, 2, 3, 4, for example, then the teacher can activate what we call the edition mode in order to, for example, as you can see at the last capture, for example, they can create the subject, they can create each part, the keywords, and also exercise at the end. And it's very helpful, and we see that during the lockdown, it was very good to use that. We have also what we call WIMS, which is an online exerciser. It can be used for students, but also for teachers. It was created in the south of France, close to Sophia Antipolis in Nice. And researchers have worked kind of a big storage of math exercise online. So for example, if you want to try, you can just go to this website, https://wims.univ Côte d'Azur, and you will find, for example, this here welcome page, where you can just like to fill some questions, and after you will be able to have access to different activities. So for example, you can create a classroom with the class of your school, and then you have different example of exercise like iteration exercise, but also about some exercise about the sequences. So it's very helpful, and it helped a lot of the teachers when are going the first time in their active learning using the online exercise of WIMS. Smartphone can also be used actually directly in class. For example, for what we call the collaborative session, we put, for example, all the chair in a round table mode, and the teacher is animator at the center. And for example, smartphone can be helped to find out and the lesson. The Wi-Fi is not obligatory, and for example, for once, the use of smartphones is not forbidden in class, so it's always a good thing for the students. We can so as I said before, use the internet to, for example, here's the case of a function exponential course. Okay, we can just, for example, write on the whiteboard the name of the chapter and ask the students, okay, you have sometimes to build a presentation, and during the other courses, you can do like the traditional courses and exercise. And actually that's very interesting for the student because it gives them a sense of curiosity, but they will help for the next work at the end. Some other online application. So they're used in computers, smartphones, but we have two other ones that we like a lot in the school. The first one is Kahoot, and the other one is Firefox, which are more used in physics and chemistry. Kahoot is used to create, for example, interactive tests online with music, and sometimes you say, okay, during one class, okay, let's do some Kahoot tests, and they're like happy because it changed a little of the traditional way. But we have also a smart, what we call smartphonics, which is the fact that we can use our smartphone for experiments as a captors, but I will just talk you about a little later about that. So Kahoot, a free mobile application, can use to do, for example, some tests at the end of the course. So it's easy and free. So you just have to connect on kahoot.com and you can find and create your own tests. To create your own tests is very easy. You just, for example, here's some example of capture that I can take. For example, I've done some tests in math and electricity. So you just have to make the edition mode. You just write the question, you drive different answers, and after Kahoot does all the rest. And you just do the session in class. It can last, for example, I use for 10 questions. Usually it takes about 20 minutes. Each question you have, after all the students have to word their name, and after for each question, it's kind of podium way. For example, each students know their ratings for each question at the end. The fact is we have to know at the end of the test who were the best 3 ones. Kahoot test, so is very easy. As I said, you select the edit mode, create, you choose the QCM mode, what the questions, choose a limit time for each answers, and after you validate the test, and you just need in class a computer and a projector in order to put for all the students in the class. Another one that we like very much is what we call, so as I said before, as Firefox is a smartphonic experience with smartphone. So it's very helpful in chemistry or physics because we see that actually we can use all the captors which are very present in smartphone, and they are used to make experiments. For example, we can, for example, make some experiments about the Doppler effect. We can also to make some experiments to measure, for example, the acceleration, the velocity, but also the luminosity and the lux. For example, in some chemistry, we want to understand the absorbance, for example, of each solution. And it's very easy, and students are very happy to create actually their own protocol at practical sciences. So it's very helpful for this. Then just a little focus about how to make we try to resume how to make an active learning in 10 points. How we can do these 10 points. So there's a little list, but let's see quickly each one. The first thing, when we want to do active learning, we have to first think and be able to know what active learning is exactly. And for that, one of the first one was Bloom taxonomy, which was actually created in the 1956. So it gives here a kind of hierarchization of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts of how to create an active pedagogical scheme. The first thing we have to remember, be able to ask the students to remember each part, or some parts of the course. Then we have second part, we ask the student to understand this or this thing. The third part, okay, now they remember and understand, they can apply to small exercise. And after that, they can analyze to understand, okay, why do we have to do some exercise? They can also evaluate, so auto-evaluation, and create, as I said before, by ask the students to create their own and their future evaluation at the end. The second part is actually, we have to be able to change the classroom logical by, for example, be able to create teamwork mode and use numerical tools. We need to change also the pedagogy by using pedagogy with project and flipped classroom in order to promote this active learning. We have to be ready, as I said before, not to be only the sage of the stage, but the guide of the stage by becoming a pedagogical tutor, working like 4 or 5 students group, and each student has a specific role, for example, in all this group. And we have to understand also about the educational resources to see, okay, we use, for example, videos, booklets, but we have to be able to see and to understand to ourselves, okay, do we have to give them the courses or the students, or is the research of the resources a part of the pedagogy? That's a big question we can ask, and that depends maybe of the different parts. We have to prepare then our teaching scenario to be able to prepare all the session of the chapters by using the Bloom's taxonomy after, and be able to use numerical tools. So in ESAP we use these 4 tools: Moodle, Firefox, Scout, and WIMS. But we have plenty and plenty of other numerical tools that are created like every day. So the use is infinite. It's not a time-consuming process because we have to give them homework at home, but be careful not to give it a lot and too much homework. This active learning and using numerical tools help them to actually accomplish curiosity, teamwork, logical, and then ask them to create their own part of the exam. By the end, just to say somewhere that we have to be careful, because we have to say that digital tools do not replace education, they're just a part of and help for that. And we need to favor a diversity in terms of teaching practices, and why not also change the way we evaluate the students. And we do not tend actually to a large panel of classical education practices, but it would be good to change and be careful about the generation gap. So thank you for listening to me. I don't know if you have any questions. I'm here to answer.
Thank you very much, Michael, for this enthusiasm and nice presentation. I think that you love the work. What are you doing? It's very obvious. So, any questions from the audience? Just for once, someone from the audience to ask instead of me. Okay. I mean, this is a challenge.
Kostas.
Yes, Nikos. Thank you.
I'd like to say that the presentation was very comprehensive, very concentrated. I need to listen it more times to understand everything. The only thing that I'd like to discuss with Michael is at the last slides, there was a pyramid with 6 levels.
Yeah.
The last one was remember, and the other one was to understand.
Yeah.
I think that these 2 levels has to be swapped. I'd like my students to understand more things and to remember less.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, actually, yeah, but actually that depends also of the subject. For example, it's not the same if you do it in math or environmental, all this stuff. But yeah, that's why for remember we have to. I asked my students to be able to, for example, in a chapter, to know, for example, which part is important to remember, which part is important to understand. For example, in maths, some formulas are just only to be remembered. Then, for example, they're not very big logical answer at the end, but actually all the rest is better to understand, right?
But also, thanks to Nico's question, I remember the Americans, they used to say, like, if you listen, you remember. If you read, you understand. But if you write down, you know how to apply. So I think that, I mean, this is along this kind of pyramid, because you are starting from the very fundamental on the bottom, and then you move to a higher process, the next level, and then even higher process, the 3rd level. So I will say that this is according to what did I know from US colleagues. Like, if you got, that's why we used to say to our students, when they are in classroom and you ask them, of course, all of them, they will say, yes, I have understood everything. But this is not the only thing. This is just the first stage. They should go to read, to understand, and then they should sit down with their pencil and write down again, the whole process in order to learn how to apply.
Yeah, totally agree.
I mean, this is just, one comment on the frame of the conversation that Nikolaos, my colleague Petrakis, has started, and we thank him very much for his participation and also for his comment. I don't know if we have anything else from Nikos or from any of the participants, the audience. If I have some questions. Yesterday, Michael, we listened a colleague of us from Denmark, from Aalborg, that he presented also the flipped classroom approach. And one of the challenges, and I'm very much surprised, that when they try to apply this in Aalborg University, which is like a very, it's an ecosystem that it has a great tradition in applying, you know, modern teaching methods, they found out that 75% of their students, you know, they were not prepared at all during the first year of the run. So what about in your case, and how did you face this? I mean, what were the results during the first trial, and how do you motivate more your students in order to be integrated in this new approach?
Yeah, totally. Actually, as you said, actually the first year I'm not ready at all, and that's why, for example, during the first year I do only like twice in the year, like classes with actually this flipped classroom. And so before, at the beginning of the year, during the first class, I say, okay, I'm a teacher, I'm a traditional teacher, but I use sometimes numerical tools, and I use sometimes flipped classroom. I explain them the principle, what there's inside, the benefits, so the do's and the don'ts, and so just to introduce them. And after, during the first year, I do only twice classes like this. And during the second year to do like actually classes in flipped classroom. The one after is traditional, and I go on more and more during as the students like goes in the school. So the first year only twice, and after the other years more and more.
And but what was the probably, you know, I did not understand your answer based on my question. Like, what was what was the level of the unprepared students? And so you motivate them by the more time that you apply the same methodology, by just explaining to them what is the philosophy behind this approach?
No. Yeah, I explained them during the first time, and after I actually, the best things that I asked to my students in the second year or third year to come in the classroom and explain. Okay, sometimes the word of the teachers is not well seen as the word of the colleague in the years after. So I asked, for example, to my second year to come to this class and explain. Okay, you remember you were there last year. Explain them why do you like this method, and they help them, because at this time they can all together like have a big discussion in the classroom and say, okay, and in this case they're not very not close, but not very they're open-minded in this way, and it helps a lot.
So it was like peer-to-peer explanation. So you use other students. This is good approach. I would like to ask one more thing. Like you mentioned about something, educational meetings. Can you please elaborate, because probably I lost my concentration at that moment, but this is very interesting. So educational meetings refers to the lecturer, the whole department, or just the lecturers that they run a specific course?
So actually the educational, I just passed it. Yeah, actually every month, for example, we have in the school about 200 teachers, and these 200 teacher researchers are separated in 3 departments. We have the department of innovative methods, so the pedagogical. We have the part of the digital science, and the other one to the environment science. And so for the part, all the teachers concerned about the innovation project, so the first step, they meet like every month. They do a meeting, and during this meeting they share the experiments. Okay, for example, I have tried to use this tool, or I tried flipped classroom, and actually we just share all the experiments, and after we try to pick, okay, for example, you have tried, it has worked. Okay, I do also in my class. Or for example, it doesn't work. Okay, let's try new way by changing something, and it helps a lot after.
And how often this education? You said once per month, or how often?
Yeah, once per month, totally.
I think that, Nikos, it's a good idea to introduce this into our meetings instead of talking, you know, about, let's say, I don't want to characterize sometimes. I think this is a good idea to incorporate. Actually, I will try to incorporate with my colleagues. This is an excellent idea.
I agree.
Thank you, Nikos. And so I'm thinking to build something like support centers, not only for the students, but also for the teachers. And you mentioned very well about the digital expert. So
Yeah.
Michael, this digital expert, I suspect that is an IT guy or a colleague of yours, that he has a great experience how to use all these online tools, and he tries to transfer all this knowledge and training to the rest of the colleagues. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And sorry, I have, I think that this is all my
you know,
questions.
it's very funny because during this year, I was contacted by some high school teachers to prepare them and to help them by creating, for example, flipped classroom. So it's doing something that is happening right now in the south of France. Our group is called by the other teachers in high school, for example, to go there, make a presentation, and help them to build actually a flipped classroom or active learning session.
Probably
So-
we will call you as well.
Yeah.
What else? I would like to make a comment. Kahoot, the free version, it has a lot of limitations. I mean, you should pay in order to enjoy Kahoot in full. The same with the Mentimeter. I'm using Mentimeter. I was introduced in Kahoot in Israel, but I think Mentimeter and Kahoot, they provide the whole beauty and the whole functions when you pay. If you try to apply the free version, there are a lot of limitations. I would say a lot of limitations. It's like to be hungry and someone gives you a bite to eat, and then you are more hungry. You still pay.
Yeah, totally.
And I like very much this tool. I will check it. I don't know if it's free. It's the Firefox. The Firefox. It's a free.
Yeah, Firefox is free. Actually, you have Firefox, you have actually a lot of others, but Firefox is the more completed. We have a lot of captors inside, but yeah, for a practical session in physics, it's very helpful.
I'm teaching physics, so I will use it.
Yeah, I use it in mechanics, and it's very helpful.
Are you a physicist?
Actually, first I was physicist. I did fluid mechanics PhD, but after I was actually a little depressed by not doing math. So I do some physics, electricity, and mechanics, and also analysis in math.
This is very good, and I would like, this makes me on my mind the next comment that I would like to make. We are using about the mobile phones. I was in Brussels for a meeting with Commission, and they told us, learn yourself like a teachers to use the mobile phones as a teaching tool, because this is the way that the young people communicate. So we try to use these mobile phones in order to make visualizations along mathematics teaching, the teaching mathematics. And we're going to have a webinar on the frame of this Erasmus Week on Friday about mathematics education, and people from Wolfram and Slack, they will speak about how to use mobile phones and visualization along mathematics, teaching mathematics. So if you would like to join, you just send me an email to register you. So that's it. I don't know if we have more questions. If we don't have more questions, this is time for lunch. I mean, at least in Greece, it's time for lunch. I don't know what is, I think, but also, in France, you used to eat at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
So here it's 1. We will come back 2:15 with Ivailo. Ivailo is with us. Ivailo, probably he has a very high ranking position in the Technical University in Sofia, because he was in the rector meeting. That's why I could not find him. So Ivailo, thank you very much that you have agreed to move. Actually, I did not ask you, but you have accepted this change. Thank you very much. And so we will start 2:15 local time, 1:15 CET, with a very interesting talk from Ivailo and about assessment in the electronic engineering courses. And then we will end the session with a contribution from Technion, from Israel, from Daniel Lewis. So thank you very much, and come back in an hour and a quarter, the latest. All right. I will be back. I will come back, and I will open the channel in an hour from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now I'm recording everything. Welcome back. It's a pleasure to have with us Professor Badiev from the Technical University in Sofia. Ivailo, if I have pronounced well his surname, he's going to provide us a very interesting lecture on the frame of assessment, and more particular, the title of his talk is Innovations in Teaching and Assessment of Electronic Engineering Courses. Ivailo, thank you very much to be with us. It's a pleasure. And also thank you for the support. The floor is yours. I think you have all the permissions to share the screen with us.
Okay. Yes, this is the...
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If it's possible, it may be more good to see. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Petridis. My name is Ivailo Pandiev. I'm from the Technical University of Sofia, Bulgaria. And I'm with the Faculty of Electronic Engineering and Technology, Department of Electronics. Now I would like, within the International Week, to present the presentation entitled Innovations in Teaching and Assessment of Electronic Engineering course provided by Tesla System. The innovations are applied on the analog electronic course. What about the summary? In this presentation, the author has been tried to present some innovation in teaching and assessment in the process of distance learning in the analog electronic course, studied in the 4th semester according to the academic plan of the electronic engineering specialty at the Technical University of Sofia, Bulgaria. For the educational purpose of the course, we are using two systems. The first one is learning management system that are incorporated with Moodle platform. And the second one system that we are using is based on Tesla electronic system. Tesla is abbreviation, and this name is about a very big European project. I will give you in the next slide some information about the Tesla. What is the objectives and what are the results and how we are using the Tesla electronic system in our learning process. The software and hardware systems of the learning are based on Moodle platform, and this Moodle platform was established within the project. Its number you can see on the slide. This project finished 3 years ago, and this project is intended for the construction of organizational and technological infrastructure in the Technical University of Sofia for lifelong learning. For the last 3 academic years, we are using this system within the electronic learning that are incorporated in the traditional learning. But in the spring semester of the previous academic year that were finished in July this year, we are using this platform as a base to realize distance learning with all students in our faculty. What about the Tesla? The Tesla is a very big European project, aims to provide innovative solutions supporting e-assessment. It's designed as a framework involved with the complete set of biometrical recognition, identity cheat prevention, authorship analysis, and plagiarism detection instruments. This framework is to be investigated into a virtual learning environment where e-assessment is performed. And of course, this system allows the learners to be assessed remotely from home or even from abroad. For the purpose of the analog electronic course, in order to ensure the identity of the students and provide the opinion to perform the test from the outside of the university, they are used two instruments that are proposed by this project. The first one is face recognition, and the second one is analysis of typing dynamics or keystroke dynamics. These instruments have been selected according to the objectives of the course and, of course, to the objectives of the specialty electronic engineering. What about, I will return one more time on these instruments, and I will present also the results that are obtained during the e-assessment, the electronic assessment of the students. Before that, I would like to tell you some words about analog electronics, which is one of the basic courses that form the special theoretical knowledge of the students trained in the bachelor degree program of electronic engineering at our university. This course, according to the curricula and to the syllabus, have two basic cover 5 parts. The first one is about single and multi-stage amplifier circuits with discrete components. For active components, they are used bipolar and MOS transistor. The second one, basic topic, is about building blocks of integrated circuit amplifiers. Here we are learning the structure and principle of operation of the current sources, current mirrors, voltage reference, and the differential amplifier, cascade amplifier, and output various circuit of output stages. The third one topic is about the basic op-amp circuits. As you can see here is given the names of summing amplifiers, voltage amplifiers, instrumentation amplifiers, integrators, and various types of control sources. The fourth one topic that are incorporated in the course is about output stages and power amplifiers for the output power greater than 1 watts. And the last one topic that are included in the analog electronic course is about the active filters and oscillators. And of course, the main educational goal of this course is to gain knowledge of the structure and operational principle for the basic analog circuit, as well as the ability to analyze and design the variety of amplifiers types. Also, the analog circuit are the basis to understand the structure and principle of operation of the digital electronics, also and digital circuits that are related with this subject. The general description of the course and about the syllabus of the course, we have lectures, laboratory works, tutorials, and course project. In addition to the course, we provide self-study hours for the students. The self-study hours are intended to a review of the lectures, completing assessment, writing reports from the laboratory practice. After each laboratory practice, the students have to prepare their reports according to the experimental testing or simulation testing that were performed within the class, and preparing their knowledge for the next session. Also, during the time of the self-study, the students have to work on the course project. Here is present, as you can see, the content in figure 1 is presented the content of the analog electronic course for distance learning and also for the traditional learning. As you can see, here is presented the lectures. There are 15 numbers of the lecture are 15. Laboratory works and tutorial that are related with the lectures, and laboratory work and tutorial finished with electronic test in the end of the semester. And also we have course projects. Here is presented the basic topics that are using to prepare the technical specification for the each student. And in the end of the semester, each student have public defense of the course project in the audience of the teachers, the lecturer and the assistant professors for them. What about the lectures? The lectures on our local electronic course are 30 academic hours that are presented in 15 sessions, 2 hours per session. We have 15 weeks within the semester, spring semester and summer semester. The materials for each lecture are published 1 week before the class, so that the students can get them. The materials for each lecture include presentation, 1 or more presentation on a certain topic, and supplementary documents. These documents are very important because they can include, for example, technical documentation related with the topic. Also, they have include data sheets for example, for various types of transistors, operational amplifiers, and other application-specific integrated circuits. Below in figure 2 are presented the external view of the sample lecture in an e-learning system. Here is given the information in Bulgarian because the native language for our students are Bulgarian. As you can see, lecture number 6, the topic is about differential and instrumentation amplifiers. Below are given some small instructions, and after that are given the files that are uploaded from the lecturer 1 week before the session. Of course, to perform the lecture, also are used Microsoft Teams as a video conference software system, along with the Moodle communication tools, of course. In the process of presenting the lecture, the teacher initially starts the presentation and then presents the specific teaching content behind the scenes. During the lectures, discussions with the students are also held at the request of the students, of course. In the last semester, we have many discussions with the students, many of them after the lecture also, because they have many questions about the content, because it's very difficult to represent engineering specific materials to the students. The next one type of the learning process is about the tutorials or auditory practice with students. This is the other name. The tutorials on the analog electronic course are 15 academic hours according to the syllabus, that they are presented in 7 sessions, 2 hours per session. The 8th session is to perform the electronic test by using for example, here is quiz tool within the Moodle platform. The materials for each tutorial are published 1 week before the class, like a lecture. And also the materials for the tutorials are defined as an assignment resource and include brief description of the design methodology for the certain analog circuits, list of examples, and task for the homeworks. And of course, for the majority of the task, we have to get the answers. And in the next session, they have to upload their homework to the teacher and to obtain the feedback before the next session. The tutorials also include the use of Microsoft Teams as a video conferencing software system, along also with the Moodle communication tool, because tools because the examples are decided with the students during the class, during the lecture, during the tutorial. What about the laboratory work? The laboratory work is very important for the electronic engineering education, as you know. In the laboratory work, using the learn by doing approach, the teaching goal is to focus on the development of practical engineering skills and design practices. According to the syllabus, laboratory work is about 30 academic hours. They are presented in 10 sessions, 3 hours per each session. In the last session, the 10th session, is to perform the test with the students. The materials for each laboratory work are defined as an assignment resource, like tutorials. And each assessment for the laboratory work include assessment with detailed instruction, template of the report, schematics file of the electronic circuits for simulation testing, and supplementary materials. Basically, here we have information about the data sheets for the used bipolar or MOS transistors and for the used operational amplifiers. The template for the report describes all parts of the assignment, as well as table and coordinate system for the results of hand calculations and computer simulation, because in the last spring semester we are performed only the computer simulation. Here is presented on figure 3 and figure 4 are presented some external views related to the laboratory activities. As you can see in figure 3 is presented sample view of assignment resource for the laboratory work. As you can see, laboratory work number 7. The topic is investigation of the differential and instrumentation amplifier. After that is given the goal of the laboratory work. And we have a list of files that the students can obtain. And after that, they are given the information about the assessment of the students. On figure 3 is presented the computer simulation of a multi-stage amplifier, for example, under the Microsoft Teams. Because the teacher with the students performed simulation testing by using, for example, LTSpice or OrCAD Cadence PSpice, and perform computer simulation for the sample electronic circuits. Together with the students, we draw the electronic circuit. After that, set the analysis, the various type of analysis, run simulation, perform simulation, and after that, analyze the graphical or tabular results. As you can see, here is presented in, for example, input and output signal that we are get from the electronic circuit. Of course, the open source simulation programs such as LTSpice is preferred to use by the students. And here is presented in figure 5 and figure 6 also information about the reports. On figure 5 are presented a list of published reports from laboratory work, as you can see. They have to upload their files in Adobe PDF format. And the teacher in figure 5 can see which of the students are ready or not ready. And if they click on the concrete file, they can obtain the information that are presented in figure 6. There are two frames. In the left frame are presented the report of the student, of each student, and on the right side are presented instruments for the feedback. Also, the teacher have to have the tools to give the grade for the work for each laboratory work. After that, each student can obtain this feedback and to make a correction and upload the revision version of the report, of course. And what about the student assessment by using TESOL authentication instruments to ensure to enhance learner motivation and achievements? Some innovation in training and assessment of the students were introduced for the 2 academic years, as you can see. This is before the pandemic. For this purpose, seven homeworks and 2 electronic tests with biometrical authentication were performed during the semester. During the test, we are using face recognition and analysis of typing dynamics or keystroke dynamics. Instruments are used. And very important is that the enrollment within the TESOL electronic system. For this purpose, at the beginning of the semester, the students are registered in a separately equipped classroom at the university. This has to be performed especially at the university with the help of the teachers and tutors. Moreover, the electronic test can be completed at home or in specially designed laboratories on campus if they have a problem with the connection to the network. Here is presented graphically some results from the pilot test of the TESOL electronic system. The pilot test is performed during the 2 academic years with the second year students. In both years, about 95% of the students have been involved. The analysis, of course, shows very interesting results. For example, in figure 7, we have seen innovation effect for the raising interest to the course. As you can see, students that are completely agree are equal to 43%, and rather agree are equal to 32%. This is good results maybe for the students. And on the next figure are presented for the raising teacher effectiveness. As you can see, 50% are completely agree, and 21% are rather agree, as you can see. Only 1% of the students are disagree with this opinion. A very important aspect of the training is the assessment of the student knowledge. In the conducted survey, approximately 60% of the students that are presented in figure 9 indicate that the teachers focus on the work with the students, and the grades obtaining during the semester are included in the final grade. Only 1% of the students disagree. And moreover, approximately 70% of the students, this is presented in figure 10, consider that the final assessment are fair and corresponding with their training, as you can see. And 0% are from the students are disagree with this. What happened in the spring semester? In the previous academic year, in the spring semester, a distance learning was performed with a group of 87 students from the specialty of electronics. And at the end of the semester, the students take a quiz that include questions and circuit analysis problems. In figure 11 and figure 12, are presented results from the tutorials and laboratory work, as you can see. In figure 11 are presented quiz tutorials course grades in previous and current academic. Current academic year is that finished in July this year. And in figure 12 are presented quiz laboratory work grades also in the 2 last academic years. The analysis of the obtained results showed that the absence of the significant differences with the previous academic year. There are small change in the number of the students who received grade A and grade B. As you can see, they are not very differences. And the final grade, this is very important. The final grade for the course is obtained through a final exam, which is performed at the university. This is very important, not electronically, by using the various tools. Moreover, approximately 20% of the assessment is based on the assessments from the tutorials and laboratory work. And what about the conclusion? The conclusion, maybe I would like to tell some words about our future work. The future work of the author and assistant professors that are included within the laboratory is related to develop. One way is to develop a virtual laboratory on local electronics, which will allow the students at distance to perform experimental testing on sample electronic circuits. This is very interesting and difficult task, of course. In the last week, I received a proposal from the University of Cluj-Napoca. Maybe you know this university is in Romania, and also from the University of Cork, Ireland. Maybe you know that universities. They are decided to create a laboratory kit for the students that can be used at home. This is very interesting and maybe very useful too, because the students have a laboratory kit that are connected to the grid, and they perform investigation on the sample electronic circuit and measure the basic electrical characteristics and parameters. This is very important for the students that are in specialty of electrical and electronic engineering, and because only by using simulation testing or computer simulation, we can not obtain the real situation with the electronic circuits, the specific electrical characteristic and parameters. But here, if we have a development tool, the student can perform according to the assignment, can perform various experimental testing, and after that they can prepare the report. The report also have to be uploaded in the electronic system. After that, the teacher have to check this report and to return the feedback to the students about the comments, about the recommendations, and teacher can put the grade, of course. This is very important project, and this project maybe will realize within the Erasmus program, because this is the idea up to now. And finally, I would like to show you the references that are used to prepare the presentations, as you can see. And finally, I would like to thank to my colleagues, such as Associate Professor Urlin Marinov, Associate Professor Anna Rozeva, Assistant Professor Vențislav Manoev, Assistant Professor Mariana Manoeva, Assistant Professor Elena Nikolova, and Denislav Ivanov, This is one of our students, for the teaching and technical support during the last 3 academic years. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I will try to answer them.
Thank you, Ivailo, for the nice presentation and also for this, I will say, impressive software that you are using, because one of the challenges, and I should I should have this information much earlier, because I had so many things to propose to you, but now it's a little bit late, but probably in the future. I mean, this software is like, is a solution, or almost a solution, how to run online exams. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
And my question is like, if you can elaborate a little bit about, I mean, all this biometric recognition that you are doing during the registration of the students into the course. First of all, who is doing this? Who is doing this registration? Is the academic or the administrators that they are doing? What is the reaction of the students? Because you should I suspect that you should take a photo of them, and then you should make these typing dynamics that I would like to learn a little bit more about this. And I would like to make it more clear to me that through the face recognition and the typing dynamics, you have developed this model that secures and avoids any cheating, any like I mean, I'm talking about now the cheating is like if someone else types from someone else, and all these plagiarism detection instruments. I mean, plagiarism, I cannot see how you can detect plagiarism, to be honest, but I can see how you can do the rest of the functions. So the first question is like, who is doing this pre-work regarding the collection of the biometric data? The professors or the academics, or the the academics or the administrators, and what kind of software or equipment do you need in order to register these kind of characteristics?
Yes. I'm only the user of this project. This project is very big, between maybe 10 universities in Europe. And the software is created by the group of specialists in this area. And of course, I'm using only the 2 of the instruments in the TESO electronic system. For example, face recognition and analysis of typing dynamics. And of course, during the performing of the electronic test, the students have to turn on their camera all time when they are performing the test. For this, in the start of the semester, during the enrollment within the system, they complete the agreement that they agree to take their biometrical characteristics. The software is not commercially available, and it's created. I think it's created in the specialist in the University of Barcelona. I'm not sure. And in our university, we are using in the last 3 years because we are a partner in this project. And of course, in the beginning of the semester, the students have to be registered in the university. After that, they can working at home, or if they are not an opportunity to work at home, we have laboratories that are equipped with the computers and connection to the grid. Maybe this is my answer.
So Ivailo, okay,
I understand
you have partially answered my question. Okay, the software is customized and it has been built by this partner in Barcelona that I suspect that he's an IT expert. But as a user, as an end user, who is how can I say, who is collecting all this data regarding typing dynamics? I mean, your students are registered to your course. So who is doing all this registration? I can see, like, you know, with a camera, with a camera you can capture the image, but how do you register and how do you record all this typing dynamics?
Within the system, there are IT tools that are with them we can perform the analyze the typing dynamics, and the text are given by the teacher to perform the registration of their typing dynamics.
And this typing dynamics, you know, this registration happens at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end of the course?
In the beginning, during the registration. After that, their biometrical characteristics are recorded, and when they are trying to type, for example, explanation of the operation of the structure of the electronic circuit, they have to type their structure and principle of operation, and we can to recognize if there are or not. This is statistically more than 50%. Yes, 50% is the true that they are typing the text during the. Of course, during the exam, for example, and if there are lower value for their authentication, of course, we are talking with the students to repeat the test. If they are, for example, if we are not sure that they have to be they have been to perform the test.
And this system has successfully somehow, I mean, you have, do you have any cases that someone tried to cheat the system?
Yes, of course.
And how is the warning happening? I mean, something is blipping into your screen. How are you getting informed? I suspect that this does not happen in public, but somehow the teacher is getting an information that probably this student is doing some strange things, no?
Yes, and we are talking with each student if we have if we are not agreed that they were in the computers and some other students were in the computer, and we are talking, of course, to repeat. Basically to repeat because there are many ways, but only one we are using to repeat the test. For example, 2 days after the exam or 3 days after the exam, and they perform that. But this situation is not ordinary.
Yeah, I can suspect.
Happened, not ordinary happened. Yes. Because we are working with the high motivated students that we are doing with the students, because we would like to work with the motivated student.
Sometimes, you know, Ivailo, motivation brings also competition, and competition sometimes leads, you know, the young people to the wrong decisions. Can I have, you know, can you send me the email of this IT constructor of this software, because I would like to contact him?
Yes, the homepage of this project. This project finished last year, and for example, in the references list. Yes, I have to see.
Okay, I will find it out.
Number 5, TESFA project official website. This is,
let me.
This you can see, and also the paper number 6. You have to see also. This is the core team of the project.
Yeah.
I think. Yes, maybe. Also the number 7. The number 7 is also the the 17th International Conference on Information Technology based on higher education and training, Ohio. Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is very impressive, I will say. It's the first time that I'm hearing about typing dynamics. I used to know that, you know, the smell that each one of us emits is like a characteristic, because Stasi was using this kind of method, but it's the first time that, you know, like the typing dynamics is like is a fingerprint. Thank you.
Yes, it's very difficult to perform, yes.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Perform SIT software, yeah.
But at the same time, I was wondering that, I mean, my typing is completely different before last year than now, because I'm typing a lot. Now I'm typing much faster. So I suspect that the student that he's typing all the time, because you are placing all your homework through Moodle, that his typing dynamics are changing, you know, by the time, no?
The typing dynamics is checked when they are performing the test, only the electronic test, because for example, the reports from the laboratory work they can to write, for example, 2 or 3 days, of course, but within the time interval, they have to write the specific test. And this is the base for the analysis, in my opinion, because I'm not specialist, I'm not IT specialist to present
No, I'm going to read these papers, and I hope other people to read them as well, because this is like I think an excellent tool, or it's an extra measurement that probably we should consider. Another question that I have is regarding, no, this is just from curiosity. You just showed to us the curriculum of your course, and you are doing operational amplifiers principles, and then very logically you move to active filters, and then you jump to oscillators. I was this is just for curiosity, no? It's not. I'm not criticizing anything. It's like, as you are moving from the active filters to move to the oscillators, I mean, why you don't introduce a feedback theory in the between? Because oscillators is like a positive feedback application, no?
Yes, but in the active filters, we have a circuit also, not only with the negative feedback, but also with the positive feedback.
Yeah, oscillators is a positive feedback application.
And the RC oscillators of the harmonic signals are very close to the active filters that are created with transistors.
No, this is clear that the oscillators are made by op-amps, and then, you know, the filters are like amplifiers that you can control their bandwidth. I was thinking like where the feedback theory is, but you have answered to me, just for curiosity. And regarding the simulations, you mentioned that you are using the LTS Spice, no?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, LT-Spice is open software that are supported by the analog devices, previously linear technology. Because now the linear technology is within the group of the analog devices.
And all right,
it's very simple to use by the students, and they have many good technical documentation for the user as a user guide also.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yes.
I used to know the electronic workbench, but, you know, it seems no better, this one.
Yes, but it's commercially available. I'm not sure, maybe.
I think that the electronic workbench is not available anymore.
Yes.
Anyhow, thank you very much for answering. I don't know if any of the colleagues has any question.
The electronic workbench. Costa.
Yes, Nikos.
The electronic workbench is not available anymore, but it is in National Instruments. It is exactly the same tool named National Instruments.
Just a moment, Nikos, to take a note. So it's called National. I knew that National.
International.
Εξαγοράστηκε από the National Instruments.
So I can buy it through the National Instruments right now?
Or maybe you can find it cracked.
Okay, we cannot say these things, you know, now.
Just one question, because I didn't hear it well. Professor Padiev said about the percentage of the analysis of typing dynamics, how successful is. And I heard something about 50%. Is that right, or I didn't hear well? 50% just?
Yes, 50 or up to 70%. Between this range, we have to obtain the agreement that the students are on the computer.
So maybe this is just a kind of to scare students, to be careful, not to copy or to.
Yes.
Because 50% or 60% is too low, the percentage of.
Yes, copy and paste are not supported in this system, and they have to typing only the text in the form within the given form when they are performing the electronic test.
But if somebody sends them the text and they just copy this received text from another student or from another people?
Yes, but in the Moodle system, there are a function that limits the functions, for example, copy and paste and jump between different windows. This is integrated in the Moodle system.
But maybe they receive the message in the mobile phone.
Yes, through the mobile phone, it's
there is a solution on this.
It's possible, but we have a camera to see the students what they are doing during the test.
I mean, Nikos, I mean, this problem with mobile phones has been solved and has been reported in bibliography. I think I have seen this article before 5 years. It was in the American Journal of Physics. And the US universities, for the exams, they have all the exams rooms, they are dressed with metal. So they generate something like a Faraday cage. And you know the signals of the mobile phone drop to zero. Now you will say me that through the online, how are we going to secure this? But probably when the COVID-19 is away, we should introduce it, into our lecture rooms and etc.
Professor Vardiavasis has made a system like this several years before, maybe more than 5 years before.
What do you mean, Faraday
cage? They had a device. No, they had a device that it was blocking the mobile waves.
This is like the security. Yes. They have, this jamming.
Yes.
I can buy this from the market. It's like, it's a jammer. I mean, they are using also in security, but you can find a lot of jammers, commercial.
Yes, it's very difficult, but for this, we are doing the final exam at the university. The final exam is at the university. On the paper, they have to decide. Various exercises.
I don't know if Yanis is among us. Probably he can comment about this jammer. It's a very interesting thing to have.
Yes.
Kostas, 20 years ago, this jammer was, let's say, something very new.
Of course, yeah.
Find it everywhere. But
all right. Are you using this, Yanis, now, this jammer in the exams?
No. We don't use it because it radiates a lot.
All right.
It is a threat for the students and all of us.
Thank you.
Please, unfortunately, I have to go on the faculty council.
Okay, man. Thank you very much, Ivailo. Anyhow, we're waiting for our next speaker. Our next speaker will come from the exams. So let's give, 5 minutes. He has exams in Technion, so he will be with us within the next 5 minutes. So if you would like to, a little bit stressed from your chairs or from wherever you are, we are waiting for the next speaker that he's doing his exams right now. So
yes,
he's finishing.
Thank you very much
shortly.
for the attention.
Thank you, Ivailo. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, and we will see next year face to face.
Hopefully.
To see. Yes.
So we will come back with, I suspect, within 5 minutes with the next speaker. In the middle time, because I'm receiving a lot of emails regarding the 5G communications webinar, I mean, any student that will send me an email, I will register him or her independent of the deadline. We have already 150 registrations. So, I mean, it's up to you to register. The program, I think that it will be very good, but you will judge after the webinar. The webinar is a part of the International Week. And so please feel free to send me a mail and I will register you among the participants. But you should send me an email. I'm very glad that the next lecturer is with us. It comes from Technion, the Israel Institute of Technology from Haifa. He's like, he's a very inspired person. Actually, he inspires me a lot. We had a lot of discussion with him. He used to have the largest research group in Technion, and Technion is like the MIT of Israel, all right? So he thought that his impact as a teacher will be stronger than the impact that he has as a researcher. So he's one of the innovators, I think, of the higher education and new approaches. Actually, the first time that I met him, he asked me why I'm lecturing. I said to him, like, what is the problem with lecturing? How am I going to get money? I'm taking a salary by this. And he introduced me for first time in these flipped classrooms approaches and how we can combine synchronous and asynchronous ways of thinking. His name is Professor Daniel Levin, if I remember well the accent. And Daniel, the floor is yours, and thank you very much for your participation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Kostas, very much for inviting me. I will make my remarks as short as possible because in the 45 minutes that I have available to me, I would much rather we have a discussion than I talk. In fact, the real weird thing, I'm a proposer of using flipping for everything. The fact that I'm lecturing at all to you is already a bad move from my point of view. So that my talk is tentatively entitled Active Learning in the Time of COVID-19. Do you all see the slides? All right, so this is our problem, yes? Our students come to class and they fall asleep in front of our very eyes if we're lucky. They might actually not even turn up. So this is obviously one take of what our problem is, lack of student interest. Here's another take. Now, I do want you to get involved in this discussion. So I want you to tell me the answer to two questions. One, why is this slide relevant to my talk? And two, what can you say about the student? Anyone? Don't be shy. Not you, Kostas. You've heard this already. So what do you guys think? What do we see?
They can use the chat or they can speak.
Yeah, but that assumes that I'm looking at the chat. Okay, let me see where the chat is.
We have already one reply from Ioannis Galanakis, who is a student of us. You got the attention of the student.
Yeah, you certainly do. Now, why will anyone tell me, how do we know that we have the attention of the student?
I think Ioannis Galanakis could switch on his microphone and explain his idea or his opinion, or he can type and I
I
can
would
read.
agree with you that we have his attention. How do we know? Well, first of all, he's not asleep, right?
We have another reply from a colleague from France, Michael Bosco. Curiosity is the secret of taking attention of the students.
Yeah, and the guys, he's obviously curious because you can tell this by his body language. And that basically, if you guys have understood this slide, then I can stop talking at all, really, because that's my point, okay? You have to get your students active, all right? Now, then another question I have for you, is our objective to teach? Is that what we really need? I would actually claim that our objective isn't to teach, but it's the kind of mirror image of teaching, and that is learning. The students have to learn. That is actually the point, in fact. And that is actually the measure of success. Now, how do we know that our students have learned? Anyone?
Obviously, I cannot participate, no?
You can participate. If you actually, for some reason, I've lost the chat window. I can't see the chat window. So if you can read out the responses, if there are any, we'll go with that.
Yes, okay, I'm going to do it. So can you repeat the question for the audience?
So how do we know that our students have learned?
I'm expecting a reply from our academics and our, Ioannis Galanakis, make sure that the students understand.
How do we know? How can I make sure?
Yeah.
You ask them and you get feedback.
Yeah, we have to get into the discussion.
Just a moment. Michael Bosco, he mentioned students talk about that after the class.
We have to have students active in class. That means if all we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, is lecturing, and we are busy trying to get the material across to the students, our pressure will be to not have any discussion at all, because otherwise we won't have time, right? Why am I throwing this tennis ball up in the air? Kostas, you've got your tennis ball?
No, but I can pretend and I can imitate that I have a tennis ball.
Honestly, what do we practice for, honestly? If I throw this ball to Kostas, this is what I would do in class. Throw the ball, and then Kostas throws me back the ball and I catch it, right? That's what I would do in class. Ping pong is what we need to have. And to do ping pong, we have to make time. So, in a very famous book, Harry Lloyd Miller said that lecturing is that mysterious process by means of which the content of the notebook of the professor are transferred to the notebook of the student without having passed through the minds of anyone in the process. This is what is happening when we are lecturing. If we are lucky, the students will actually be awake to the end of the class, but it is extremely unlikely that we'll get very much out of the class because their attention span is very limited. Unless we have activity in the class, we will lose our students. And passive students, as everyone knows, learn less, okay? So this is the problem with normal lecturing, okay? So I'll suggest to you an alternative. Instead of lecturing, you prepare your lecture material in little packets of 10 minutes at the most, and the students watch this at home as part of their homework. Now, in between every packet of lecture material is an embedded question for the students to test that they've understood what they've learned so far. The advantages are that students then prepare for the class activity in advance. They view the clips and answer questions at their own pace. They're not limited by any pace that I may control. And since they're doing this online, I, as the lecturer, I can assess their competence before I even come to meet them in class. The lectures are therefore interactive. Each video segment has an online activity associated with this. Could be regular quiz questions of various types. It could be what I call a U-turn sandwich. That is, in one segment, I would introduce a problem, and then in the next segment, I give a solution. In the meantime, between the two segments, the student can try the problem out for himself. You can ask the students as part of these activities to prepare for brainstorming, which will occur in class. And all this prepares the student for the class meeting, which is not a lecture. It's not the lecture talking. It's a ping pong. It's throwing tennis ball to Kostas and getting a ball back from him and keeping this going in class. What this means, of course, because you've seen what the students did at home, you can close any problematic issues that you can already see in advance from what they did at home. But most of the time, you'll be doing open-ended problem solving with the students. There are a lot of benefits. You can add quizzes to get their comprehension Kostas does this all the time. You can use the same quizzes to generate class discussion, and you can, of course, open-end problem solve with them, which is the main objective. In my classes, I actually solve exam problems with the students in the first meeting in every subject because they come prepared. Then we move on to what we call an active tutorial. What used to be homework is now work exercises students have to work for themselves in class. What this means is this alternative way of looking at teaching means that students are active all the time, actually. In every step of the way, they're active and they are controlling their own learning process. Okay? And the outcomes. Let's first look at the impact of active learning on exam grades. Now, I'm going to show you some of the grade distributions in final exams of a process design course that I've now been teaching for a long time. I have data for 15 years. Here is the data for the first 4 years before I did any active learning at all. In contrast, here is what things look like in modern times after flipping and active tutorials. And actually what you can see very clearly is there has been a shift in the grade distributions to higher grades, and the variance has gone down. In fact, if we look at the fail rates of the first 4 years before we did any active learning at all, 18% failure rate was common in this course. It's actually quite a tough course. We're now at about 10%. And that happened as a result of getting students active. Now, we can analyze these grades. We have to think carefully how we analyze. You know, everyone looks at averages. Averages are wonderful if you have a normal distribution. None of these are normal distributions. They're either bimodal or they're skewed, and skewed is basically an equivalent of a bimodal because you can describe it as two distributions with different averages. In fact, if we actually analyze those first 4 grades according to the following metric, you take the distribution, you fit a bimodal distribution to it, you determine the average of the good group and the average of the poorer group, you determine what percentage of the class P is in the good group. And what I'm showing you here in the graph is mu1 against mu2, the average of the better students against the average of the worst students. mu2 is the worst, mu1 is the better. And the size of this, the diameter of this circle is actually P. So what we want is we want big circles on the top right. That's what we would like. Okay, so here we don't have that. We have everything shifted to the left. Not a very good situation. When we switch to active learning, we get this. All right, again, quite a distribution. There is an effect of class, innate inherent class performance, but you will all agree with me that the average of these 5 points is moved to the right. And when we move to flipping, you get this. All right. Now, I would say this is actually quite convincing. If this doesn't convince you, I don't know what to say. Basically, we want to get improvements. We get improvements this way for sure. Now, that's fine. So obviously the grades get better, right? The idea is you need to get your students active, all right? Let me describe to you how one flips. Actually, I've got time, right? Kostas, how much time have I had so far? 10 minutes?
No, you have as much time as you wish.
Okay, cool. You guys are not going home, yes? Good, very good. All right, so let me describe to you 7-point plan, how you flip, right? First thing, obviously, you need to decide what you want. What is your game plan for flipping? Now, my recommendation for anyone who wants to try this is to start, just like I did, with one lecture in your course. Do not try the whole course in one go. You really need to convince yourselves that this is good for you, that this actually makes a difference to you. It's quite a lot of work to do this. You're not going to make this effort unless it really works for you. So start with one lecture. And what you should do is you should pick the lecture in your course which you find impossible to teach because there's so much material, you never ever make it. You always need an extra hour remedial time, or you need to repeat, the students didn't get it. That's the one. You want to try with a challenge, okay? There is always going to be one lecture in your course like that. That's the one you start with. Okay, so you make sure that you do the flipping properly, that is break the lecture down into recorded segments of up to 10 minutes each with quizzes in between, and you plan for a class meeting and an active tutorial. That's the deal, all 3 items, not just recording. And my advice is to be optimistic and realistic about expectations. Be optimistic because if you're not optimistic, there's no chance. be realistic, because believe me, a large percentage, maybe even a quarter of your students, or maybe even more, will be very resistant to doing this to begin with. Why? Most likely at your university, nobody else is crazily doing this, so you're going to be on your own. So students are used to being passive. To force someone to be active is difficult. It's also difficult to make lecturers active. Obviously, students even more difficult. There will be resistance. Fight the resistance. This really does work if you do it properly. Second, you have to prepare your online lessons properly. As I said before, you divide your total lecture into 5 to 10 minute segments. I forgot to mention, of course, it's kind of taken as given, but I assume that you are all defining learning objectives for every lecture. If you're not, you should be doing this. Even if you don't want to do flipping, you should definitely know what is the objective of every lesson. You should ensure the content is complete. What that means is that if your segment, say, involves a mathematical development, in your online lecture, it has to be absolutely complete, every single step, no missing steps, because the student has to get this on his own. There is no possibility of him asking questions, putting up his hand. What did you mean by the second component of the second equation? None of that. It has to be really sharp and complete. You should use a script. You're going to be recording your voice. Practice, use a script. Don't ad-lib, definitely not to begin with. I'm actually not working from a script now, but I should be. So you should also practice before you record. And let me just talk a little bit about how you record. It's not obvious. My recommendations for generating effective video lectures. The most important thing is do not rely on a lab. Do not rely on a professional recording studio. You should be doing this on your own, on your laptop. You can make fantastic videos by installing a program such as Camtasia or similar, which all it does is it just basically records a presentation off your screen and also records your face in a video camera. You can have two windows. And so basically you're running a PowerPoint presentation, just recording over the top with a laptop. It doesn't have to be PowerPoint. You can use a tablet and record equations from the tablet. The Camtasia will do that as well. The other piece of advice I would give you is you should always rely on a professional microphone like this one, okay? And not your regular recording device on your laptop, which is not a dynamic mic. It will not record good quality sound. Sound is actually more important than video. If you actually looked at my desk, if I could show you my desk where actually I'm talking from now, this is actually my recording studio. And what you see, well, you see my microphone with a pop filter connected to an analog to digital device, which actually transfers the dynamic analog signal to a digital signal, which is introduced into the computer through a USB cable. And up here is my recording studio, which is basically my laptop on which I have Camtasia and PowerPoint installed, and any other programs that I need to use for my presentations. Last but not least, and very important, at least one light source. Illumination is very important to get a reasonable picture. Actually, it's not great video now, but never mind. Okay. All right. So that was the bit about recording. Let me talk now about, you said that in between every video segment, you have questions. This is very, very important. This is how students self-test themselves, their knowledge. So every video segment has to be followed by some kind of activity. Could be a quiz question, could be a cluster, could be any other activity you think is important to test their understanding of that last segment they just saw. You should write useful explanations for all answers. This is very important. Not just, well done, you've got the correct answer, but if they answer wrongly, why is it wrong? Or how is it possibly partially correct? Help the student understand why his initial logic was wrong. The way somebody learns anything is to get it wrong, understand why it's wrong, and then get it right. You have to give them that opportunity, and you have to provide them with suitable assistance. You should, and my recommendation is to allow students to retry the question as many times as necessary until they get it right. This is not a test, it's part of their learning. Okay, this is very, very important. I'm giving them credit for doing these quizzes. Okay, so basically I want them to get 100% for the quiz eventually. And actually I would rather them get it wrong first. It's better for me if they get it wrong first, then understand why it's wrong. They learn from this. You then assemble the lessons together. I use Moodle lessons. If you guys have Moodle, there's Moodle lesson. I believe that there are other options in something called Canvas, similar idea, assembling together quiz questions. So basically every quiz question is a Moodle question with a link to a video. So they watch the video, do the question. That's how it works. You want to test the flow yourself to make sure everything works correctly, but much more important is to have an independent person check this. So I have my assistants check my lessons to make sure that somebody who didn't write them understands what the point is, okay? You should plan for a useful class meeting. We've freed up all this time. We're not lecturing anymore. So what are we going to do in class? So we need to prepare additional materials. You should try not to repeat what the students have already learned online. They will find this very annoying and they won't come to your class meeting if all you're going to do is repeat what they've already seen at home. So short quiz questions again, to use them to foster class discussion. I normally spend this time just solving exam problems with them, with their participation. So they get a first shot at solving high-level questions with me in the loop, okay? I also can allow short student presentations. If we have a project type course, we could actually use breakout rooms to work on project work as part of the lesson. That's absolutely fine. That works great. You should also schedule an active tutorial. What this means is students actually break their teeth on their own on the questions with guidance. We have assistants and lecturers are there to help. They're working in breakout rooms and they just basically go through problem sets on their own. This is instead of homework. It's very important they do this on their own. All right, and of course the important thing is to close the loop. You show them, eventually you get to the solution, you discuss the solution, maybe you discuss alternative solutions. If the course is a high-level course, it's unlikely there will only be one solution to every problem. So great, let's talk about the alternatives. Why is this alternative better than the one that's published? That will be fine too. And number 7, follow up every component. What that means is there are 3 components in every one. You check yourself out. How did this go? Was it good? Were people participating? Was the stuff online, was it effective? Were there some questions nobody understood anything? Maybe we need to re-record a section. Class meeting, were people coming? Were they attending? Were they active? Active tutorials. How many students attended? How many students managed to do all the exercises in the time? These are really important things. So you're tailoring your course all the time, making it better. And every time you do an improvement, the students get better too, all right? So I understood that I was supposed to address this COVID-19 business, right? Well, you will have understood that up until now, everything I've said to you has got nothing to do with online at all, necessarily. You can do all this thing face-to-face. So how does COVID-19 change things? Well, the first part of the flipping is the same, the same asynchronous lectures they were ready before. So what I'm teaching an awful lot. I have 4 courses to teach every year, 2 in the spring, 2 in the winter. This winter, I'm teaching 2 core courses. A course on process control, a course on process design. They're both required courses. The second course I've listed here, the design course, has a project. In the spring, I teach simulation lab and I teach plant design with an extended project. It's actually the same project we started in the integrated process design course, going all the way to detailed design. All courses are taught in flipped mode. That means all the lectures are online. The class meetings are there for discussion. So if we're on COVID-19, it will be Zoom. It would be what they call hybrid if your administration is feeling particularly brave. But it is synchronic, and this is instead of lectures in any case. And the active tutorials are either Zoom or they're interactive. Now, this online viewing thing is actually related to students' performance. Actually, I had a little problem with one of my courses last year. So just as an exercise, I plotted the average online viewing time of students against their final grade. And surprise, surprise, I found a correlation. There is a correlation. There's a lot of scatter because, of course, you can learn in many ways, not just from Danny's lectures. But there's clearly a correlation, a positive correlation between online learning time and their performance at the bottom end, at the bottom line. So therefore, from now on, I make viewing time, minimal viewing time, a prerequisite to grading. They don't get any credit from now on quizzes unless they've actually watched the videos, right? There are some people who are getting 100% grade after doing 5-minute lecture. Now, it takes about 3.5 minutes just to enter the answers to all the questions, even without reading them. So obviously, somebody who spends 5 minutes a week is not learning anything, and they would be probably down here. They'd be amongst the 80% of the failed students who viewed less than 2 hours a week. Okay, so that's going to be a precondition. I've learned that. This is what a hybrid class meeting would look like. I'm not very excited. I think that this will probably do more harm than good, and probably you're better off doing things online if this is all you can do in class. This, my dear friends, is what an active tutorial looks like. And of course, this, unfortunately, we cannot do in the framework of COVID-19, because you can't have this kind of connection between people unless you happen to be having an open air religious function in Nashville, Tennessee, in which case presumably you can be much closer together. But if you actually want to follow the rules, you can do this, right? In fact, what you would have to do for the active tutorial is this, which in my opinion actually kills the active tutorial, because if students can't work together, they're not going to be very effective learners. It's not going to work. This you might just as well do at home. So I will not do hybrid active tutorial. That's stupid. I will do that online in breakout rooms and actually have students cooperate with each other, right? Of course, I would like to go back to this. This I would love to do tomorrow. As soon as COVID finishes up, we go back to this for sure. That would be great. And failing that, it's going to be online. My recommendations, from my experience, I've now been flipping now for 5 years. I've had 1 semester experience with the COVID-19 problem. So for the online lessons, you should only give credit to quizzes for students who actually watch the videos. For class meetings, it's very ineffective to have class meeting if only the teacher is talking. By that meter, this was a very ineffective meeting because I was talking all the time. Hopefully there'll be some discussion now. You need to focus on students' activity. What are they doing? You should ask and field lots of questions and of course give time for this discussion. And it's fantastic for supporting project work, as I discovered last semester. You do this in breakout rooms. For the active tutorials, you should really work with small groups. I recommend up to 8 people in every breakout room, not more, which of course imposes demands on staff, because you can't have an infinite number of breakout rooms if you don't have staff to support them. So this may require more people. I have classes this semester of 50 each, so we're going to manage with 3 or 4 people. One of my lectures now has 2 lecturers, so good. So that's basically what I wanted to share with you. I'm really open for discussion. We've got some time, I think, yes?
Yeah, we have some time, definitely. Thank you very much, Daniel, for this nice presentation. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. Let's give them some time in order to get engaged.
I have a question, Kostas. I see that only apart from you and me, there's only Caracella who has her video on. Everybody else is either, oh, okay. It's nice to see some faces, guys. Why are you have your cameras off? This is
So let's
just heading. We are absorbing what you're saying.
So,
very nice presentation. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Caracella.
A very nice presentation, very interactive, and I was very focused on what you are saying. So it's really paying off all the effort that you are recording all the lectures. So thank you. Very good tips and recommendations you gave me. I have a lot of classes that are online and I was taking notes what to do next.
Yeah, but remember what I said, Caracella, it's you have them already, you have your materials already recorded or you have to record them?
Sorry, they are not recorded. They are just online going as...
real time. Yeah. Now
I will try to record them. In sessions, as you said.
I'm sure that students really request recording because they very often they want to go over the material afterwards. But I'm saying that recording online your lecture is not a very good way of doing this because it's not planned very well and things sometimes don't work. If you have everything, if you have time to pre-record, you can get a very clean recording, which will be useful in the future. Number one. Number two, you can break the recording down into pieces and actually upload them in pieces so students actually see segment by segment. You can use a program like Moodle, a similar program that does administration to organize these clips into coherent lessons glued by these questions, and you have actually a fantastic resource which a student can use to learn at his own pace. Now, the first time you cover any material, it's probably better for them to do it this way, because if you bring them to class, I mean, I could tell by the fact that nobody was asking me questions, you were all focused on what I was saying. You really didn't have time to do any processing to what I was saying, to the point you can ask some useful stuff. I had a discussion with Kostas a couple of days ago, and I asked him, what kind of questions, you stop for questions after every, let's say, 3 minutes, but what kind of questions are you likely to get if this is the first exposure students have to your materials? It's going to be pretty much kind of low-level stuff. What did you mean by this term in your equation if you're lucky? Or is that a plus or a minus if you're unlucky? So basically, it's basic level understanding of, a very basic level. So that's not really interaction that's very valuable. It's not much fun for you either, because you feel like you have your atlas with the entire world on your back. You're actually carrying the entire class, right? That's what you feel like. But if you bring them to class when they already know stuff, you will probably have more fun, because your discussion with the students will be at much higher level. You'll enjoy this. And if you're really lucky, a student who really prepares himself will come with questions you don't have answers for. Now, for me, that is the absolute pinnacle of success. If I can get them to the point where they're asking me questions that it's not obvious what the answer is, this is great. That means they've understood everything, right? This is cool. So, maybe a good level of success would be, how many times did your students stump you that you couldn't get an answer? This is great, okay? And it's okay for you not to have every answer. That's fine. You're not a world expert in everything. I'm teaching advanced level design, so the chances of me knowing everything is very low. I mean, I make it sound like I do, but I don't, right? So it's fine. And, I can prepare, and I can say, oh, that's a fantastic question. Give me a couple of days, or give me a day, and tomorrow I'll post my suggestion. That's great. So I get something new to do. That's fine. There's nothing more boring than teaching the same course year after year where nobody's asking anything new. You get tired and bored yourself. Luckily, this is not happening with me. I'm teaching design now for more than 15 years, and every year it's new, especially since I went flipped, because I'm getting smarter questions, because students come better prepared to class. That's all true. Nikos, you have a question? I'm sorry, wait.
Nikos,
did I answer you? Karasela, did I answer you? It's okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Back to you,
Thank you
Nikos.
very much.
All right.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I would like to a tip. So you mentioned that before recording anything, we should have a script. So I suspect that these scripts, they should be divided or they should be split for the 10-minute session. So another 10-minute session and another 10-minute session. So at the beginning, about the time budget that we need in order to prepare our full first lecture, let's say 45 minutes. How much, do they expect to try?
Okay. Now, I'll give you real data, okay? Now, I've been doing this for 5 years, right? So let's go back 5 years, right? Now, 5 years ago, I didn't know what Camtasia was. I didn't know what Panopto was. I knew how to make a PowerPoint presentation. The first 5-minute video I made with Camtasia took me 3 days. Now, wait a minute. I should explain that this was a production. This isn't Danny Levine, this was Cecil B. DeLevine. Okay, this was like a major cinematic production because it involved taking an animation of a disaster, an industrial disaster, which I found online. It was actually an animated storytelling of this effect, which I love very much. But unfortunately, the soundtrack was in Portuguese, which doesn't work here very well. So I had to strip off the sound and then added my animations before and after, my own stuff, made a movie, and then I had to rebuild the soundtrack from scratch with all sound effects, everything, the works. I was like 4 or 5 different characters, different voices. Then it's beautiful. It's a lovely job. Now, why did I do this? Because I wanted to learn how to use Camtasia. So I learned every single feature of this program in that first movie. It took me 3 days to get it right, and it's a beautiful piece of work. I'm still using the same movie. Unfortunately, I can't share this publicly because I've plagiarized. I stole this animation from these poor Portuguese guys. So I can use it in-house. I can't use it outside the Techno, but it's a beautiful piece of work. What is happening now? Now fast forward 5 years. I've now generated 3 flipped courses. Actually, it's 3 courses, but in 2 languages. So actually recorded 6 different courses, basically. Okay, what takes time is actually not so much recording the lectures, but preparing the quiz questions is what takes the time. Because you don't want to do stuff that's trivial. You want to do stuff that's meaningful, that the result of this quiz will give the students something. You don't want to just burn their time just for the sake of it. They should be getting something out of every question, and you have to give it some thought. So the first time you do this, there's 100 questions or so that you have to write for the course. It's like writing, I don't know, 20, say 10 exams, right? That's what you're doing first time, but it can be used every year. You don't have to do this again every year. So that takes time. Recording is getting faster and faster. In fact, I've reached the point now where I can prepare a 10-minute, 15-minute clip as an assistance to a question somebody asks in class within a day and have it back up. That's planning, recording, PowerPoint, preparing the video, uploading, making it, sharing it, so forth. This is less than a day. In fact, my record is 5 hours. 5 hours, the whole thing, right? It's done.
Compared to the first.
You get better with practice. Now, I'm saying you start with 1 lecture, and I bet you if you really, really make an effort and really put your heart into it, it will not stop there. You will get excited. You want to do this in other courses, in other lectures, for sure. Did I answer your question, Kostas? So don't take 3 days for 5 minutes as a meter. There is a factor up, and it depends how good you are. It depends how many mistakes you make when you record, how many takes you need for every section. Don't try and record 10 minutes on the fly. Do it in bits. Okay.
Definitely, I will try to avoid any Portuguese animations in order to be faster. The other question that I had is I like the idea about the breakout rooms that Zoom provides you and makes you to simulate or run these active tutorials, which is something very, very important. The question that I have, like, are you giving bonus to the students? Okay, I realize that you give them a bonus if they see the videos and how much time do they spend to the videos. But when they answer, this kind of multi-choice questions or the open questions during the preparations, do they have a bonus? Do you evaluate them?
Kostas, up until now, the bonus was only for the questions. I wasn't even looking at the time until I suddenly saw that the fact that people are getting high grades in the quizzes doesn't mean anything because I'm giving them enough chances to get 100%. A student who actually doesn't want to learn, he'll just ask his friend what the answers are, and in 2 minutes he's finished his homework, but he didn't learn anything from this. So obviously I don't want to encourage this. To discourage this behavior, I'm now going to make a connection with the time. So the time is like a filter. Spend a reasonable amount of time, and I'll accept your quiz grade, okay? But the quiz grade on its own, without time, is 0. Okay, it's a conditional part of the grade. I'm not giving any credit for activities in the class meetings. I'm not giving any credit for the active tutorials because this is all part of their learning process. I could do it. I don't force people to do anything. But if you don't watch the videos, you lose 10% of your grade automatically. That's what will be the result of not watching.
Very clear. And I have a last question. It's like, how do you motivate your young colleagues to invest such a time from their research to teaching? And this will be great because the impact to the students, if you are, it's huge. It's amazing. I mean, it's nice to devote your time for teaching purposes and become better and better teacher.
When I had my research group and I was active in research, I was also very keen on teaching. I would spend a lot of time on my teaching, make those courses as good as I can. And I had a line of students who wanted to work with me. I could pick the best ones. That's when I was interested in research. So I'm saying being a good teacher it's not it's not a counterindication for spending time on your research. On the contrary, being a good teacher guarantees you will get the best graduate students.
Exactly.
Guarantees. I don't mean this. I mean exactly what I say. Also, you will find it more interesting. You have to spend this time teaching anyway. You may as well enjoy it. Why be bored about teaching? So
I don't know. I mean,
I know with you, I'm talking to the other guys. Okay. I know that we both agree on this. Being a good teacher doesn't mean you have less time for research. It means you have a better staff for research. That's what it means. Okay. It really is that way. Now, apart from the fact that I believe that the biggest impact that I could possibly make is by generating 100 top-notch engineers every year, that I know they're better because they've gone through this. And you pass through this, you know the stuff. It's not just a V, you really know the stuff. That's good, right? That's the guarantee. About encouraging other staff, with all due respect, it's really, everyone has to decide what's important for them. And I also honestly think this is a university administration thing, because if promotions at universities only depend on research progress, and in fact, doesn't depend at all on how you are as a teacher, it would not be a surprise to anyone that nobody will spend time teaching, because people aren't stupid. Also, we all came to be academics because we love our research. That's why we are here, right? So if there's no incentive at all, if our promotions will go smoothly, even if we totally cop out of teaching, I mean, if that would actually be allowed, right? Suppose you don't even do anything, right? And then you get promoted because your research is fantastic, right? It would be a big mistake. Our future depends on our good graduate students. How will they become good graduate students if we don't teach them properly? You are relying, actually, if you don't actually pull your weight as a teacher, you are relying on your colleagues who are pulling their weight to save your research, because they are the ones training your students, not you. I think you have to be honest and fair and reasonable and pull your weight like everybody else. Now, I'm not saying that flipping is the only way forward. I'm saying that for me, it's had a huge impact on how I succeed with my students. And by the way, when I say succeed, these changes in grade distributions, what changes them is not the fact that I have a class full of excellent students. They don't all come in excellent students. Some of them become better because of this approach, because they get involved, because they get active, because they actually learn, okay? Mm-hmm. The excellent students, the really, really special excellent students, with all due respect, they were excellent before they came to my class. I can't claim responsibility for turning an A student, A++ student who entered my class that way and kept him A++. In fact, if I'm reasonable, I won't make an A++ become an A-. I won't ruin him, but I'll take average students and make them better, okay? And unfortunately, we cannot move forward as a society based only on our excellent students. We all have to pull their weight. You need to get everybody up to speed. It's not enough just to have 3% excellent students in the class. That's not going to cut it. You have to have people who can work, who can think on their feet, not just the excellent.
Exactly, because also the market needs all this workforce. Otherwise, you are wasting, the tax money.
We can't give up on people. It's a big mistake.
Yeah, exactly. I totally
now, of
agree.
course, there are some people who you can't help, but they shouldn't be in the program.
No.
Right? The really, really weak students should not be in the program. They should have been kicked out before. Kicked out, I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. They should have been, someone should have sat with them and explained that it's not they're stupid. They're just in the wrong place. That's all. They just landed in the wrong. Not everybody has to be an engineer. There are other things you can do with your life. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you don't have what it takes to be a really good engineer, chemist, mathematician, you need to be in a different program. It's not because you're stupid, it's because you're in the wrong place. How would you know that you're in the right place? Some students fall in a faculty almost by accident, not because they really thought about it. So there's no reason to believe that everybody who's been accepted to a certain program is in the right place. If they're in the wrong place, They should be helped to go to their right place. That's our job too. And better, and sooner the better. The sooner the better. Don't have them in the program if they're in the wrong place.
But Louis, now I have another question. All right, Daniel, I'm sorry, Levin, Daniel. In Technion, how do you evaluate good teaching? Because, okay, I mean, someone probably will say like, okay, I'm going to divert my attention from research and I will spend some time.
You can't do that. I can do that because I'm a full professor. If you, if you're not a full professor, you do this, you get kicked out, okay? Because you get, and that's quite rightly true. I don't have an argument with this. You need to be cutting edge. You need to be ahead of the curve in your particular, in your profession, in your speciality. Absolutely, no argument. But you cannot do this totally at the expense of ignoring your teaching.
Exactly.
So now, there is a lower limit. There is a lower limit, and it's measured by student polls, which is very inefficient. But you know what? Somebody who scores very badly consistently in student polls is not a good teacher, right? If you get it every time, it's a bad result every time. The students are not stupid. They're not lazy. They don't want an easy life. They know that it's tough. In the Technion, it's a tough program. They came to work, but they're not prepared to accept, and quite rightly they shouldn't, accept a teacher who doesn't make any effort at all, who thinks it's enough just to come, lecture, and go home. That's it. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Thank you, Daniel. Very clear. Very clear. But it comes now, another question comes to my mind. I mean, okay, I can understand that when you are in the, like a lecturer, and then you become an assistant professor, and then an associate, and then a professor, then you can say like, when I'm a professor, okay, I can spend and invest time in better teaching. But I would like to ask you, in Technion, how many hours a lecturer should teach compared to how many hours a professor has to teach?
No difference.
No difference. Okay, this is clear. This is a mistake
What
we are doing.
What we try and do is, in the first year when you arrive, in most faculties, the first level lecturers, they usually are given a relatively light teaching load to get them started properly, to give them time to start up their lab. But eventually he has to pull his weight like everybody else. Now you saw the list of mine. This is very unusual. Most people in the Technion don't teach 4 courses a year. The going rate is maybe a course a semester, and some people are teaching a course a year. So I have a very high load. Now that's actually a lower load. I was actually at 5 at some point. I was teaching 5 courses a year. And in fact, until last year, I was teaching the same courses to Chinese and to Israeli students. And in most cases, there were separate classes. So it was like, that was very heavy. That was 4 courses a semester. That was a killer. Okay, that was very difficult.
Very clear, very clear. I mean, the situation here, I don't know what is happening in Romania, but it's the opposite. You know, when you are a younger professor, you should teach more. And as you are promoting, you teach less. It's something, you know, I could not understand from the first day that I have arrived. But
it's really a pity, because I think that the older professors have the most to give, actually. Because they have the most experience, and they can teach at a much higher level than the junior professors who have less experience.
Now it's changing. The situation is changing because everyone has to teach the same hours. But anyhow, so I don't know if there are more questions from the audience to Daniel. It's a great opportunity to ask him as any presenter. I mean, today also the presentations, I think they were very good. They were very good. Any question from the audience, from the students? Actually, you know, there is a question from the student, Ioannis Galanakis. And the question is the following.
Kostas.
Yes?
Nikos has been waiting patiently to ask questions.
Sorry, I cannot see.
You have to look at your audience, man. This is not good.
No, but I could not see any sign. He could raise his hand. I can see.
Okay, I have that. Okay. I was suspecting that online course is not proper for recording, but now I have got the confirmation. Is it possible for somebody outside of your university to get access to a sample of your work? Let's say 10 minutes of a video lecture, and of course the afferent, the relevant quiz.
I'll see what I can do. Actually, I have a very short segment. The course I gave to a mixed class of Chinese and Israeli students, you can actually get an idea of the feel in the class. This is not what happens online, but not what happens on the asynchronic. I can actually send Kostas a link to that because that's on YouTube. If you really want to see something, why don't you send me your email and see if I can get you in, okay?
Okay, I will do.
Yeah, but I will send Kostas. It's like more really like a promo. I was blown away. I decided to make a promo of the course I taught last semester. You will see if you look at this. It's something I actually almost was crying in this 10-minute segment, and it'll be very clear what happened. This is a very emotional thing because some of my students were called up to try and look after people because of the beginning of the COVID, and I found a clip which totally blew me away. It's amazing. I mean, I didn't have any experience of online ever until this last semester. I was doing a lot of offline. All my lectures are asynchronic, but every meeting with my students was in a classroom. And it's the first time I did this on Zoom, and it was mind-boggling. Actually, what you can actually do is quite amazing. I'm very disappointed. Nobody has their cameras on. This is really bad. I'm going to actually force my students this semester to turn their cameras on. I want to see at least 25 pictures on my screen. I mean, I have 50 in the class. I can't see them all, but at least, there should be a reasonable number of people. And definitely, if you ask me a question, I want to see your face. I'm not prepared to answer questions from names in boxes.
Mm-hmm. This is very good comment.
Yeah, we're losing total touch. I mean, we're coming completely out of touch with our students with this silly computer and not having them in the class. At least see their faces on a video screen, at least that.
Yeah. Nikos, do you have any other question?
No, thank you.
So there is a comment from Ioannis Galanakis, who is a student of us, and he does not have a micro. Are you suggesting that video editing is about to become an important skill in teaching? Definitely, yes.
I think it's going to be very difficult to make high quality educational material if all the manipulation of the final box is in somebody else's hands. Because he doesn't necessarily understand the material, mistakes will be made, it won't be the way you want. Now, using a video editor like Camtasia is not a big deal. It's not rocket science. It's very, very intuitive and very easy to use. And once you get the hang of it, it becomes an extension of your hand. It's just like PowerPoint. It's no different. And the manipulation and the possibility of combining materials. I mean, my videos aren't just me talking. My design course includes elements from Monty Python, Beatles, you name it, anything that's kind of clicks, that can make a difference, right? I don't know if any of you are doing any optimization, of the branch and bound optimization method. Anyone heard of that? When you have if you imagine a decision tree and you're trying to determine an optimum, it involves branching and bound. You take a branch, you cut off a branch that's superfluous because it will only increase the cost of something you're trying to minimize. Right? Every additional node in the tree branch adds more value. So if you've reached a certain point, a certain node in the branch, where the total cost up to that point is higher than the minimum you've already found, then obviously that's going to go even higher, so you can forget about the whole branch. So you're cutting off superfluous branches. Now, why do I say Monty Python would work here? Because if any of you know the film, the Holy Grail, Monty Python, the Holy Grail, there's this very famous scene where the Black Knight is blocking the path of King Arthur across the bridge. And so they have this fight, and King Arthur actually removes superfluous branches from the Black Knight. He cuts off one arm, then he cuts off another arm, then a leg, then the other leg. So basically I have this video running after I've explained one iteration, one usage of branch and bound on a real problem. Let's look at another problem. Now I guarantee that all my students who see this will never forget the branch and bound method after I've made that connection. And if you can find other little nudges to do this, it brings the lecture alive. It doesn't have to take very much time. So I'm using whatever I have available. I find commercial videos of showing certain processing equipment. I just introduce it flowing naturally from my own talk. Let's have a look at this. Let's see this. Then we move back, and everything merges into each other. You have nice transfers from stage to stage. It becomes looking very professional. And this is not a professional studio. This is me on my laptop.
Excellent.
Really. And that's what you're able to do. So yeah, I think that, you know, I'm saying to you, you guys are all using PowerPoint, at least to make your presentations in conferences. So you've become experts at producing PowerPoints, presumably, and that is a skill you had to learn. So I don't understand what is the difference between using PowerPoint effectively and say using Camtasia effectively. It's just another tool. You shouldn't look at it, oh my goodness, video editing, how will I cope? It's not rocket science, guys. We are all PhDs. We are high-level scientists. This is like kids games, really. It's nothing. And you shouldn't be frightened of it. It's just another tool. You know, if you're frightened of this, then don't be surprised if your students are frightened of using a piece of software that you're encouraging to use. I mean, you have to show some leadership. I mean, how are you expecting students to master software they're uncomfortable with if you won't master things you need to make your teaching better? It's just another tool. And you know, I'm not exactly a young person anymore. Okay, I mean, I might act like one, but I'm just an old kid. I'm actually 3 years away from retiring, actually. So, I mean, you're never too old to learn something new, right? If it's useful, and you shouldn't be frightened of it. You should embrace it.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. I suspect that there are no more questions. This was the last lecture, so I would like to thank again Daniel for his contribution. We will continue tomorrow. Daniel, please send me your presentation.
Hey, be it without the videos, okay?
Without the videos, yes. And we have a last comment again from our student Ioannis Galanakis. I agree with you that it's not difficult to edit a video, but depending on quality of the video, you will need a more powerful PC laptop to edit as quickly as possible. Do you agree to that?
No, that's not the rate determining. You know what the rate determining step is? The rate determining step is here. It's your imagination. It's not the computer. It's just figuring out what you want to do and preparing those quiz questions. That's not trivial. That's a big load. And no piece of software is going to help you with this.
Exactly.
That's only you. That's your imagination and what you can do with what you have. That's the constraint. And that's what takes the real time.
And if you want, I think that if you want also.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I'm waiting for your presentation. And I would like to thank all the participants for their participation today. And we will meet tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I will send the Zoom link later on, only to the people that they have sent me email that they follow this International Week. So thank you very much. Have a nice night. And thank you, Daniel, again. And
Kostas, thanks for the invitation. Anytime.
Oh, it was my honor. All right. So good night.
Bye-bye.